Rock and roll all night long, baby. We're back on stage with the Roundtable for our Rock Revolution event.
Need another brick in the wall? Join us for our content and SEO in Parts Commerce Success panel up next with Revolution Parts.
Welcome to Revolution Parts. This is Sarah Vantine here with the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Today we are going to be talking about content and SEO for customer success. On our panel today, we have Anthony Blubello of Revolution Parts and Ian Bellamy of Murfreesboro Nissan. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello, Sarah. Thank you.
Well, everyone, today, just to set the stage for our topic at hand, we're going to be talking about content and SEO. But this is an important topic because a lot of our parts managers that may be listening today may not have been thinking about this in their business and in their parts department. So just to set the stage before we get started into our questions, Anthony, would love to hear a little bit more about you and your experience.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Well, I come from 22 years of experience at the dealership. Started in the parts department, pretty much did it all. Started driving, worked on the back counter, went to wholesale for quite a few years, which was pretty fun because you deal with people that know what they want, right? Shops and stuff like that. Went into retail, eventually became parts manager or co-manager, if you will. We had a big parts department, so myself and Randy split it up. But, when they became parts manager, how can we expand this? And it's online. So started eBay. We did a little bit of Amazon, but web store was my personal favorite. Did web store for the last 8 years at the dealership, and just recently joined Revolution Parts literally 7 months ago. So I'm hoping to be the dealer's voice here because I really do truly enjoy helping people grow, helping people learn, and helping people succeed. So.
Well, Anthony, your passion for the parts department and those pieces that you mentioned, it always shines through when we have our discussions. And the same goes for Ian Bellamy. Ian, welcome to our panel today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
And Ian, before we get started too, share with us a little bit more about what you do at Murfreesboro Nissan and your experience.
Yeah, so I'm the e-commerce specialist here in our parts department at Murfreesboro Nissan. I've been in the dealership space for around 9 years. Similar to Anthony, I started as a parts driver and then in the back counter. It was at a smaller dealer, so I had my hands in wholesale and everything, to parts accounting, everything like that. So I had a really good scope on it. And then I got brought here to Murfreesboro Nissan to overtake the e-commerce website and really try to scale it and really take it to the next level. So I've been here for 3 years yesterday.
Wow, Ian, that's incredible to hear. And as far as, the topic that we're going to be talking about today, I know that both you and Anthony have a lot of experience when it comes to content and SEO. Just to set the stage, Ian, before we get into the beef of our questions, what is SEO exactly?
Yep. So SEO is search engine optimization. Where that would play into somebody in my position would mean your product pages, how the search engines are really finding and connecting with your site, and making sure that your pages are optimized for those search engines. So really understanding the queries and making sure the subject matter of your product pages, including high quality images, everything like that, strong links, all of those kind of factor into your SEO, which is contributes to your ad rank and your domain authority, things like that, which is really important for you to actually be seen whenever something is searching for something online.
And Ian, I imagine, I'm thinking about the customer in this entire experience, and we're seeing, parts are becoming such an important component, not only for do-it-yourself, types of repairs, but also, customers are researching this information when a dealer is making recommendations, when the technicians are making, those recommendations for those repair orders. And they're looking online maybe to see, how much they can get the part themselves, if they're considering that, or just to, again, maybe they want to, have themselves or somebody else install it, or they're thinking about, other things down the road. So I'd love to get your perspective, for parts managers in this SEO conversation. If they're short on time right now and staff, what are some of the ways that they can be more time efficient to make this content? And what tactics can they use to boost online visibility?
Yeah, this is a really good question. One thing that we personally do that I started here was setting an Excel sheet or a Google Sheet document that's really sets as a planner. So you kind of start with 5 ideas, topics, really points that you want to hit for that week. Go ahead and schedule who's going to be, a part of that. Make sure they're aware. Set a time, set a date. Really get any kind of scripting or copy that you need in place. Try to do that to where we're at least a week ahead, so we're not just scrambling in the moment. So it's really good to have a good back catalog to work at, and then it's really good to also leave that sheet accessible to other stakeholders or people in the dealer so that they can come in, add ideas. It's something I'll go spend a day out of the week to go ask service, go ask other people in the parts department, whether they have ideas that we can implement, so that it's not just all on me to come up with everything, in the midst of all my other responsibilities. So I think really setting a calendar or anything like that that other people can have access to and really sticking to it. And like I said, getting a good back catalog behind you so that you're working ahead.
And Anthony, listening to Ian describe this, there's so many ideas that are going through my mind, but you've lived this. You've really maximized in your experience these opportunities for parts managers because, oftentimes I know you've had to take on a lot of responsibility when it comes to that. So what other suggestions do you have for parts managers who are short on time to really boost this online visibility?
I mean, it's all about utilizing all your resources. The biggest thing for me, at least, was really planning. I was never a really good planner, in all honesty. I kind of had to make a lot of mistakes, get frustrated, feel overwhelmed, and then finally I, talked to a good amount of other people at like conferences that really kind of guided and coached, if you will, or even mentorship, kind of saying, where's your structure? What do you want to get done? What's your goals? So, as you go into these big corporate meetings, I'm sure Ian goes to some meetings where they're talking about numbers and goals. You kind of have to do that for yourself. And he was just talking about it with his sheet, looking at like a weekly planner. That's amazing that you're proactively doing that. A lot of people didn't, and I didn't. But when I finally got comfortable and, I was always sales driven because I really, somebody calls in about something. I wanted to educate them. I didn't want to sell it to them. I wanted to educate them and know, here's the value of it. This is why you buy the genuine stuff. Here's the warranty. Here's some things that are probably going to break along the way. Here's what, I've had a couple techs do. So on and so forth. But, getting the process down and kind of mapping out, all right, it's 8:00 on a Monday morning. I walked into 60 orders. My shipping and receiving guy called out sick. I now have 2 cages and a whole pallet of stuff that needs to get checked in. I was not a good delegator. I feel like you need a backup for almost everybody. So, implementing who can actually kind of co-shift, if you will, or, kind of just jump into that role to check stuff in. Because if you keep taking things on, you can only take so much weight, and that's what will break you. But just a lot of planning, a lot of mapping out. I made a lot of mistakes, but towards the end, I felt like I was very streamlined, if you will, utilizing automation, utilizing canned messages. Things aren't honestly about price nowadays. It's about convenience. So, the customer's buying from you because it's convenient. Now, how is it convenient for you to sell to them? So having those processes in place and, there's so many other things that you can do detail wise, but I think that would be kind of the biggest one.
Well, and Anthony, to follow up on that, because our listeners today, are thinking about these product listings, and we know that there's a lot of potential competition online, and there's a lot of visibility when somebody goes and they're searching for a specific part, like a battery or tires. They can get a lot of different listings that pop up online, especially when they're scrolling through their phones. So, how should dealers optimize product listings to perform well in search?
Oh, I love that. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Standing out is what really helps all that traffic come back to you. I was in BMW for a long time. We did Mini, we had some off brands, we had a sister store that was Benz. we ran off chassis codes. So if there was a product I was looking for, I mean, we're all consumers here, right? I don't know what kind of vehicle either you drive, but I search by chassis code. I mean, I even have a Corolla, and the motor code is FZY. So I mean, I would type that in before putting in 2016 Corolla. But for BMW, I mean, the motor code, the chassis code, even the submodel was built into the parts catalog. So for me, every time I would see, I call it a hot item. If you sell it more than once, why not update the photo, update the description? Because nowadays, I mean, think about it. It's beyond 2025 now. There are bots, there are AI, there's all types of stuff that is just out there grabbing as much information as possible. So the more you can put in maybe just 20 items, 40 items, 60 items, you don't have to sell everything 1,000 times. You really only need to sell, some hot movers. And, who better to know what to move than the person in the dealership, seeing the traffic, talking to the customers, getting the technician's feedback. I mean, how valuable is it for you to call somebody that just doesn't say, yeah, I got that piece in stock. Hey, I'm just curious, open-ended questions. Why are you replacing that? I was getting this noise, or I don't know. My wife just was at the dealership and she got a bad quote. Open-ended questions. We're all humans, right? I don't care how much AI comes out. It's the person that can utilize AI the best that is going to be worth the most value versus AI is just being most valuable. So, no, I don't think anybody's going to take that human connectivity out of it. And that's what really keeps us employed. And, but back to the subject matter, though, I think adding, whether it's engine code or body chassis, submodels, updating your photos really does help. Even if, I don't know if everybody's website driven or maybe marketplace, but if you're website driven, just updating your About Us page every 30, 60, 90 days, that will come up in Google Analytics. They see that changes have been made. So now you move up the ranking list. A lot of things like photos. So people are like, oh, I can't take a photo. Guess what? Google image it, do a snippet, make sure it's not copywritten. Boom, you now have a photo instead of the black and white schematic. And these are simple things that don't take a lot of time. But once again, if you got a one-man band in a parts department, and I was kind of like that, it starts feeling overwhelming when you have 20 things in front of you that need to get done. So this is where that planning comes into play. But yeah, sorry, I could go on about the little things that you could do to make those products move a little bit faster.
Well, Anthony, I can see your passion in this, and I think that's what's important for our listeners today. This is an important topic for our dealers, and it's something that, as shopping trends continue to be more and more online, this is important in that conversation to keep yourself relevant and keep yourself in the top of the listings. So Ian, on this subject too, I would love to get your perspective. What pieces have you done to optimize product listings to perform well in search?
Yeah, so I think Anthony made a really good point when he brought up AI. So some of the things that I do is really use AI to look at our product descriptions and see how we can literally ask AI to help optimize it for SEO. So that's going to help us making sure we're having the right keywords in there, the right amount of times, just being transparent. As us dealers, we're all selling the same product. All of our sites look relatively the same. So in an e-commerce specialist position, you kind of need to put in your e-commerce hat on and really think like a e-commerce specialist. So you want your site to stand out more than others. You want the high quality photos, as Anthony said, but really making sure your descriptions are a little bit more detail oriented than others, a little bit more fun. Add videos if you can. We do a lot of content on socials and everything like that. So any additional media you can add to product pages or anything like that. Also, we do blog pages, blog posts that helps your rank as well. Makes you look as more of an informed, authority on whatever subject you're selling. So yeah, product pages, really focusing in on those, looking at abandoned carts, which ones are moving faster, which ones you could have more luck with, and really dialing in on those, seeing how you can optimize those pages, make sure the copy is better, make sure you've got enough photos, everything like that.
Well, and Ian, you mentioned video, and that we're seeing becoming more and more important in the conversation with customers. Customers are expecting that transparency, but they're also looking for information and to be informed. So maybe they're not in the market yet, or their vehicle isn't, on the lift at a repair shop, but they're looking at those how-to videos, or they're, considering things about their vehicle that may be coming up down the road. So what content channels, like YouTube, you mentioned, blogs, are there any other pieces, like buyer's guides, or other social media platforms that you've also used successfully?
Yep. So coming in here, we don't have a dedicated in-house social media person. So I've had a social media pass, so I kind of took that on when I came here. So I've actually successfully made a few viral videos using TikTok, and then we've put those on Facebook and everything like that. So just short form, fun content that have done really well, that is ultimately going to put us in front of the customer's face, hopefully get some clicks, but we're really just retaining more followers, customers, and everything like that in our database that we can remarket to and everything like that. But we're looking into doing how-to videos, installation videos. So getting with one of our technicians here, I'll edit up the video and everything like that and add it to some of the pages on there. So that's something you got to allocate time to, but something that we already know will have really good payoff.
And Anthony, I'd love to get your perspective, because again, I mean, you've built business, specifically with, BMW, but you're helping so many other dealers that are looking at this strategy and thinking about, how they're going to optimize their SEO and how they're going to get more views and get their message out there. So are there, what other advice do you have regarding content channels and, some of the success you're seeing with dealers across the country?
Ian, I love that you guys are making the videos, especially just getting in front of the customers. Let's rewind to COVID. Everybody had to go through drive-throughs. We actually made a video, our dealership, how to enter the drive-through correctly, because so many people either went in the wrong side or didn't pull all the way through, just silly stuff like that. But I love, tying off of that, what Ian just said. I mean, installation videos. How many people don't even know there's a key battery in your key? And I don't know about you guys, but we had an old school owner that didn't want to nickel and dime people. So at the retail parts counter, somebody came in for a key battery, it's complimentary. Need a quarter oil, complimentary. Those little things go a long way, because I'll tell you what, when we got new ownership and we started charging, it was a completely different ballgame. The customers were, they were so used to that old school way. Not that either one's good or bad. It's just, you kind of ruffle their feathers with little stuff like that. So, I mean, something that little can have the customer get a sour taste in their mouth, and they immediately go on their phone, which, what better customer model don't we have right now? I mean, you have a buyer that's above 18 years old, they have a smartphone, and they got a vehicle. I mean, come on, we don't have to worry about nothing else other than those factors, right? It doesn't matter gender, weight, height, we're in a prime market right now, if you ask me. But getting back on topic, sorry about that. Getting back on topic though, when I really got to a point that I'm like, all right, I didn't like Amazon, so I stayed away from it. I was really just website and eBay. I hit a cap in my marketing funds. I was only allowed to spend a certain amount. So how else am I going to reach these people? Because I wanted to hit 6 figures all by myself, and we did. I ended up hitting 200,000, and then we touched very close to 300,000 quite a few months, and then that was kind of our spike. But long story short, though, I went on, just like Ian was saying with blogs, I went on forums. We are BMW, so Bimmer forums. You go on Bimmer Post, e46.net. Go on all these little things, create the free profile, and literally just drop my website in on all the threads. Hey, check us out. Nothing really other than that. And these are enthusiasts that are thinking to themselves, this guy actually went out of his way. Not that it took long, but went out of his way to spend 3 to 5 minutes to create a profile, update an avatar. Maybe it was a good avatar. I'm an E32 fan, so I had an E32 as the avatar. Anyway, make these profiles, drop some links. I don't know if it works. I have no clue, but that was something I did. I also created a Google business page. And you would be shocked at how many people are like, why would I do that? I already pay for paid advertising on Google. Why do I got to do a Google business page? Well, you know what Google business page does that nothing else does for you? If you drop a pin and put your actual website as like a physical address, that sets you apart. How many other websites can you go on Google Maps and type in like whatever mine was? I kind of don't want to say it. Don't want to give free publicity here. But how many can you type in the website name and it literally pops up on Google Maps, and then it gives you directions there, And then on top of it, you can set your operation hours. We had a text integration, so I put my text number on my Google business page. I have a smartphone. I have an Android. It's a Google-based Android. So I take a photo. It says, "Hey, are you located at your BMW dealership, or are you located at this website?" I click on the website. So guess what? Now I have photos of a physical place with beautiful cars, and like it just adds to that personality side of it, and then also adds to how many people say, "Is this website legit?" I can't tell you how. I would probably get that phone call once a week. Is this site legit? And it's like, dude, we're a dealership. Like, if you just Google a dealership or like Google my address, you know what I mean? But like, people are very suspicious. So, I think adding in all these there's so many free tools out there. And then on top of it, if you do a Google business page, and I'm kind of giving away free advice here, so make sure you write it down. Create the Google business page. It gives you a Gmail. Use that Gmail to create all your socials. This way, it's all organized for you. So now when you log in your Google business page, you can check your TikTok out. You could check your Instagram. You could check your Facebook if you really feel like doing Facebook. Kind of feel like Facebook's a thing of the past, but it's still there. And X, of course. I used to love doing Reddit stuff as well. I would do Reddit stuff because you'd be shocked how many people actually go to Reddit. I didn't think it was a thing, but it was. So I started jumping on the Reddit bandwagon. But those free tools, I hit my cap on marketing probably year 4. The other 4 years, I never had to advance my marketing plan, and we grew. We were doing 300,000 a month at sometimes. So, you just have to have that footprint. People to find you, the chassis, the engine codes, all that stuff. Just layer. Just keep adding it on. If you're cold, you put on a jacket, right? You're really cold, you put on 2 jackets. So, think about SEO with that. Like, just keep building.
Great advice, Anthony. And a lot of really great insights that we've talked about here today. I want to ask one lightning round question of you both. Ian, I'll come to you first, and then Anthony. This is 30 seconds or less lightning round question. But, Ian, to start things out, lots of parts managers, lots of general managers, service fixed ops directors, retailers are listening today. For someone in the parts department who wants to start using content and SEO to boost sales, what's your 30-second, best advice for getting started?
I would say it comes with allocating that to the right person. You really need somebody that has an open mind to the internet and how it works and how advertising and search engines work and everything like that. It's not just a parts mind. You got to try to find somebody that's willing to take that on and really understand, the internet and selling parts on the internet, because it's a way different world.
Anthony, let's close this out. For someone in the parts department who wants to start using content and SEO to boost sales, what's your best advice for 2026?
Well, I'm not a digital marketing specialist. I would say get with your marketing specialist if you have one in-house. If you don't have one, locate one, put a game plan together. Marketing is like fuel for the fire, or let's say fuel for a hot rod. It can't run without it. It can't grow without it. It can't go fast without it. So make a game plan, get it moving, dump some fuel in that bad boy, and let's go.
Well said, Anthony. Well, everyone, for our audience today, if you want to learn more about content and SEO in parts e-commerce success, you can visit RevolutionParts.com. The information is down below on our ticker as well. RevolutionParts.com is where you go to get started in this conversation and really elevate your content and presence in 2026. I want to thank our guest today, Ian Bellamy of Murfreesboro Nissan. Thank you so much for being on the panel. And of course, Anthony Blubello of Revolution Parts. As always, great to hear all the great insights that you both shared. And thanks for all of the wonderful information.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Sarah.
My pleasure.
Well, everyone stay tuned. More exciting things coming up at Revolution Parts.
Another recall? Seriously? That means another day wasted at the dealership, or anxiously waiting to get picked up. Again. Or there's another way. Mobile Service brings the entire service drive to you. Oil changes, tires, brakes, even warranty and recall work. And don't forget, transparent multi-point inspections, friendly text, and next day service right from the dealer's website. No waiting rooms, no drop-offs, and 90% of customers who try it book again. Service your car right from your driveway. Go to getspiffy.com or click the link in our bio to schedule your first mobile service appointment today. Click now, save hours later, and leave worry behind.
This next panel is a ray of sunshine. We are revolutionizing to maximize our potential with Reynolds and Reynolds in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Over the past several years, the push for adopting AI has centered around a few common benefits, making things easier, faster, and more convenient. AI has become a buzzword in the retail automotive industry, describing everything from automation to full-fledged agents. Today, we're going to talk about what is truly needed at the dealership level, what is possible, and who is delivering the tools that can meet those ends, Ted.
Sarah, you're so right. We're joined today by an illustrious panel of industry professionals. I'd like to introduce everybody to Lisa Diskin. She's the owner, GM Team Toyota in Glen Mills. Thank you, Lisa, for being with us. AJ McGowan as well from Reynolds and Reynolds is with us. And some of you will recognize Ed Roberts, the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I'll get things rolling if it's okay. And Ed, I'll come to you first on this question. Over the past several years, the push for AI has centered around a few common benefits, making things easier, faster, and more consistent. AI is now the buzzword. I think we're going to be hearing about that next week in Las Vegas, describing everything from automation to full-fledged agents, as Sarah said. Many of the tools available are siloed, meaning they only solve a specific problem the dealership is facing and seldom interact with each other. What is your experience with this kind of ecosystem, Ed? And is AI delivering enough, or did you expect more, or do you want more?
Well, we don't know what we don't know, and AI is capable of so much more than what we know of it to be so far. We all look at it as, like you said, it's the buzzword, and we're going to hear a ton about it next week as we walk through NADA. But reality is, we heard a ton about AI as we walked through last year. But from the surface, we think that AI is phone agents and it's Chat GPT, but there's so much more that they can do for us. And so we have tons of opportunity out there of analyzing data and doing research and prioritizing routes and things that really makes us more efficient, but we don't know how to get there. And that's where we need good partners to help us bridge that gap and allow us to find and truly experience the efficiency that we can get from AI.
Love it, Ed. Lisa, your thoughts?
Well, AI has changed many of my service processes since I started using it. The first one I went on was Stella. So she answers all of my service appointment phone calls. But then, of course, as you were saying, there's other systems I had to add to pick up the slack from Stella. Like every time someone hung up on AI, I felt, oh my gosh, am I losing that service customer? So I had to go out and get another AI system to start texting that person when they hung up so that I wouldn't lose that customer overall in the service department. It can do a lot more. It needs to be more customizable per dealer, because what I run into with these two systems I'm using is I want to do things a little differently than some other dealers, but yet the system has to be programmed for all dealers. So I know it could be 80% more effective if I could make it customized for myself. And I'm hoping the AI can learn to do that itself.
I like that. AJ, we're hearing that that word customization, customized a whole lot by dealers. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think both of those were really, really excellent points. I think that, Ed, as you talked a little bit about how the current state of things and sort of these point solutions that are out there, when you look at AI overall and sort of what the adoption has been, we're right at the beginning of what AI is capable of doing. And I think that dovetails into what you're talking about, Lisa, which is allowing the systems to learn. As we looked at how we were approaching AI, not just in automotive, but in technology in general, over the last few years, it's kind of been like, well, we've got this problem, and then we can sprinkle some AI dust on it, and then it's better. And in some cases, those have been sort of the minor point solutions, and then you've seen larger point solutions like what you're talking about with Stella and sort of communications automation, where it's tackling like a larger problem, but it's still sort of self-contained. And I think what we're going to start seeing with the advent of agents here in the next few years is those things actually starting to come together and work interoperably rather than just being a single silo or a single feature. And as that starts to happen, then that opportunity you were talking about, Lisa, for learning and really understanding all of the different mechanics of your business, I think that's where we'll really start to see this technology shine.
AJ, you're so right about, this is so timely when it comes to where customer expectations are and where our own business needs are when it comes to AI. And you touched on those pieces. And Ed, I want to come to you first with this next question. But, as these technological ecosystems, in our dealerships, we have a lot of customer touch points. There's a lot of different software that we're looking at all this information between. And if AI can't connect or scope to, across these systems, it's quite limited unless we're inputting that information ourselves. So when it comes to finding places to improve outcomes or, save time and money, where do you see this happening, Ed, with AI?
There's so many things that it can do for us, and that's some of the things that it can help with as far as saving time is data collection. We make decisions based on the data that we have, but there's so much more data out there that could help us make those decisions. So that's where I go back to, we don't know what we don't know. There's things that it can do that we don't even know about yet. And it's still such a developing technology that what it can't do today, it may be able to do not 6 months from now or not a year from now, but by the end of the month, by the end of the week. And so we have to, yes, we want our vendors to keep us informed of where it's the innovations of it, but it's our job as well to say, hey, where can it help us? And then go back to our vendor and say, can you help us get there with this? Because this is a pain point for us and where we struggle. So I would advise the dealer body, that's the audience out there that's listening, to say, hey, what is some of my pain points? And if it's process driven, AI is not going to fix that. But if it's execution, there may be some AI that can help with that execution. And that will be circling back to the vendor and say, hey, Reynolds, what can Ray do for me? Can it help me with this?
Lisa, as we're reflecting on all of these pieces, I'm thinking about how, fixed operations, sales, marketing, all of these channels are now really, the customer expects them to be cohesive in their experience with the dealership. So when it comes to finding places that you see AI improving, what are some of the areas that you'd like to see outcomes change?
Well, one of the keywords that someone already mentioned was data. In a dealership, we have so many different systems, most of which are even Reynolds, but they have different databases. So you've got some information over here that service would love to have, but they don't have it because it lives over in this part of the sales system. So and we have to communicate every time someone, wants to email opt out or wants to give us their new email address or say, hey, this is my new email address. We have to send it to all those different vendors to update that. Data, it's junk in, junk out. we take good pride in our data being accurate. Every email that we get from someone that says, hey, I moved, or hey, I don't have that car anymore, we actually do something with every one of those emails so that we are then communicating to the right person on the right car. And it's all done manually though. It's all done. And if I don't get the email, or if someone doesn't forward the email to IT, then that customer's response, they just gave us valuable data, doesn't go anywhere. So I'm sure that happens as well in the store, and I just don't know it. So I'm hoping that Ray can kind of crawl through all these different systems and take away a lot of the manual processes that we had to create, which is time consuming. I'd rather that person be doing something that's productive. When I say that, I don't mean they're not productive. I mean generating income in the store. That's how we consider our productive people versus our clerical. So it's data is key. Bad data will be the death of you.
AJ, and listening to both Lisa and Ed sharing these pieces, it sounds like, you know, these manual processes can be sped up tremendously. And then, of course, I'm thinking on the customer side of the equation, that's such a benefit to have such a better ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean those are all, you know, really really excellent points that have been made, and it's we have the benefit at Reynolds that we started, you know, years ago, putting together this initiative for the Spark AI data layer, basically getting ready for this day. So normalizing the data and making all of our systems work in such a way that we had this, you know, this implementation that we could access across all of these different silos of data. And you know, I'll share a little bit of inside baseball, but just between us and all of your followers, Ted and Sarah. But the internal project name actually for Ray was Fusion, because that is fundamentally what we're using AI to do, is to fuse together all of these different disparate data silos and capabilities and tools that we have inside of the ecosystem, to start using agents to create, you know, unique outcomes for dealers, whatever those are, whether it's ultimately, you know, looking at really complex tasks like you're talking about, Lisa, with integrating communications and doing follow-up and making sure it gets in all the right places, or simpler things. That is absolutely the vision that we have, is that we can use AI to sort of bridge these gaps between both the procedural things that Ed's talking about, and, you know, we're getting immediate benefit there, but imagine when they all start working together, as well as sort of the data pieces as well. And then the just the kind of cherry on top there is those two things going together, right? If you've got all of the data and you can do all of the analysis and you can surface the insights and then you can take action on it, you know, that's ultimately where we think all of this stuff is going.
I have a question for our two retailers. They're both Reynolds and Reynolds retailers, Ed and Lisa. We've also got the ear of AJ McGowan at Reynolds and Reynolds, who's here, and the audience as well. Ed and Lisa, you've both clearly described that there is a need for AI and the things it can do. So in your humble estimation, where is it falling short? And again, we'll bounce that off AJ, but for the from the dealers, if you would give us your perspective.
I'll take that first. It's where I think we fall short is we're unsure all the elements of where it can help us, and maybe that's an evaluation period where a partner comes in and evaluates and says, you know, we can do this, we can do that, because we ask for the things that we hear about and we know that other people's doing, whether it's agent, whether whatever. We understand those things, but there's things that they can do that we don't know. And so maybe that's an evaluation point where it comes in and say, hey, here's really what we can do for you. And that's why you partner with guys like Reynolds and Reynolds, or partners like Reynolds and Reynolds, so that they can help us get the most out of their systems.
Lisa?
Well, going to go back to scheduling. For me, the largest portion of income will be from the service department. And if you can schedule your day, not perfectly, but as perfectly as possible, you're going to turn more hours, you're going to handle more customers, your scores are going to go up for your retention, and your advisors are going to have to do less phone calls and less, you know, handling of phone calls, and they'll have more time to do what they need to do, which is to sell the customer. And the technician, is going to just constantly be turning hours from his bay and preferably never leaving his bay is the ultimate goal as well. Can AI help us deliver the parts to the bay? Absolutely. Can AI fill my day? It has been. Stella has filled my day every day for years now. It knows if I have appointments for today, and you'd be surprised how many customers take that appointment when Stella says, "Oh, we can get you today in at 2:00." Yes, they come right in. That wouldn't have happened without Stella, because the advisors like to make their own day the way they wanted it. So they wouldn't take any appointments after 2:00 or 3:00. And meanwhile, your technicians are, walking out early because they don't have enough work. So AI has taken out that human emotional element of it, and just completely filled every day in my service department.
So let me touch on that as well. And I love where you just went with that, Lisa. There's tons of opportunity there for us, because when a customer calls in, they may have something already preset, services reaction. They don't plan for service. And then when they need it, they need it. And then when they call and they want to come in at 10:00 today, and we tell them, well, our next appointment is at 10:00 tomorrow. And then all of a sudden we have a cancellation. If AI could revert back and say, hey, I just got an opening, and fill that up to where we're not only are we filling our day, but we're filling our day with the most practical filling of our day, where it already fits what they wanted it to be. So it can kind of retain that information to circle back to it. And that could be a huge opportunity from a customer satisfaction standpoint.
Especially if the AI could kind of get the customer's sense, I guess. Like if the customer is desperate to come in today because they have an issue today, then you need to be able to push that customer through. Where some of the AI systems now doesn't have that capability to recognize this customer has said today 3 times. That means, in my opinion, push them in. I don't care if I'm full. Give me that person. If they've said today 3 times, there's a reason. And AI is not at that point yet either.
Yeah, if you don't take it today, someone else will.
Yeah, exactly. They're gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
You're just kind of speaking from the back end of that and kind of how all those things come together. It's really interesting to hear you guys talk about it, and especially Lisa, you said earlier about the sort of like 80% mark and how it was programmed and not super customizable. One of the big challenges with working with AI systems is trying to keep them in their lane so that they don't hallucinate, right? So that, kind of AI buzzword, it's, I work with this stuff every day. It's real. It can happen. And, the way I think about it is less as a hallucination and more like a young, eager employee that doesn't know 100% what they're doing. And, they'll try to do something they think is helpful, but they shouldn't just make something up, right? Only tell me what's actually true. And so, 2 things. One is the latest generations of models and what we're able to achieve using, some of the more advanced, kind of hardware acceleration systems to use bigger models to make these decisions that can do more sort of regression analysis against every single decision it's making, have reduced that dramatically. And I think that, both the quality of the models and the quality of the infrastructure that we can run them on is going to lead to a lot more willingness from the vendors to say, okay, well, let's let it be a little bit more open, a little bit less rigid, without worrying that it's going to do something crazy that you don't want it to do. Because now we can start to get things kind of locked into a lane, but let it pick from more lanes and start to make some of its own decisions without worrying about the outcome.
And it needs to know when you've changed settings on the fly as well. If you go into Reservation Manager and make a change for the rest of the day, it needs to know that. Otherwise, the AI is still filling your day, but now you're overbooked. So there's a domino. There's always a domino.
Yeah.
AJ, it sounds like Reynolds has a solution where they've revolutionized some of these pieces with a new AI agent. Can you share a little bit more about what's new with Ray and what we can expect to see?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so we did sort of a preview of Ray at our Amplify events over the summer, and next week at NATA is sort of our big unveil that we have integrated all of the sort of core systems inside of Reynolds, and given Ray access to all of their data as well as integrations inside of the UI. To make it very easy and seamless for users to have sort of that single experience across all of their Reynolds products and services, where it doesn't matter if I'm sitting inside of my DMS, I can access my CRM data, and also very importantly, so can the agents. So REY itself is an agentic platform that we've built. You talk to it as REY, but really behind the scenes, what's is super exciting is we've built this whole platform out that interconnects all of these services, and now we can start to let her look at that data and do a variety of different things. One of the big ones is, as we've kind of gotten into the weeds here, so I'll start there, but one of the big ones is it can analyze your data. It can help you make decisions from it. Everything as simple as, give me a breakdown of, my used Fords by model. Like, how many do I have out there? Instead of having to go figure out how to run that report, she can just give you an answer. And starting to be able to do things like, based on my used Fords by model, what am I understocked on? Look at what I sold last month, and tell me what I should be looking to pick up. So we're starting to preview allowing the agent to give some opinionated answers like that as well, based on analysis, and hoping to get a lot of feedback at the show from customers about the kinds of things that they'd like to do there. So REY can look at your data. She can do analysis on your data. She can also connect you to our documentation and answer questions. So you don't have to have, a PhD in Reynolds and Reynolds. If you're a tool that you're not as familiar with, you can get right to an answer, figure out how to do what you need to do. Whether REY can get you that data or point you in the right direction. She can also escalate you directly to a real live human. So we recognize that the humans need to be in the loop, and support is something we're really proud of at Reynolds. So REY becomes that sort of facilitator there in real time, directly back to our human support reps as well. So it's really sort of a comprehensive platform designed to make it so that, yes, first of all, it is this agentic platform that will kind of lead us into the future and all these other sort of great things that we can do with the data and putting together actions, but also really right now to provide a lot of tangible benefits to our users, where if you have a question, you can get an answer, and we will automatically flow that through, either just giving it to you, showing you how to get it, or walking you through how to go get it yourself. So we're really, really excited about that. We think it, makes everything easier to use, everything, sort of at your fingertips. Then that becomes that framework to start integrating in all these other things that we're talking about, in terms of, doing more and more increasingly complex tasks. So we're really, really excited to have people see it.
Lisa, it sounds pretty timely, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the not having to call the TAC anymore and trying to use REY instead, because I don't have that time to sit on the phone, and I can do other things while the AI tries to figure out my answer or my issue. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, everyone, the industry is going to converge next week in Las Vegas at the NADA 2026 show. AJ, I believe you are going to be there. It's going to be hard to miss Reynolds and Reynolds. AJ, what kind of things can we look forward to for our dealers, and things that they'll be able to see and touch and experience at the Reynolds and Reynolds booth?
Yeah, I mean, so Reynolds in general, I won't steal everybody's thunder, but we've got a lot of really, really exciting developments. We're talking about delivering parts. Come see Relo, our robot that can actually, help to optimize your dealership on a physical level. As we start to talk about how the rubber meets the road between, there you go, between AI and the real world. And then obviously REY, you can come to the booth and come and get a demo of how that works in your favorite Reynolds products and how it interconnects all of those things together. And then just in general, we have a ton of new, what I talked about earlier, sort of the sprinkling the AI dust on it, but it's important. We've got a lot of upgrades within all of the individual products to add real functional, tangible value for dealerships right now. So, definitely a lot of exciting things to see. So come see it.
Excellent. Ed, are you coming to NADA this year?
Absolutely. I'll be there from Tuesday to Friday.
All right. Lisa, will you be there as well?
I cannot go to NADA. I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Well, for those of you who are going and for those of you who are not, first of all, those who are going, be sure to visit with Reynolds and Reynolds. Sarah and I will be there. AJ, we look forward to seeing you in person once again, and Ed Roberts as well, and spending some time and taking a look at the innovations. Reynolds is the leader in innovating, and we love all that. Lisa, for the folks who are watching who are not coming to NADA, get more information on the web at Reynolds and Reynolds and learn more. And you'll certainly hear all about that over the next few weeks, Sarah, on social media. And we plan to help Reynolds blow that up really big.
Absolutely, Ted. REY-volutionizing the industry, Reynolds and Reynolds.
All right. Everybody, for more information, visit us next week at the Reynolds and Reynolds booth. We'll be at the NADA 26. I want to thank Lisa Diskin, Ed Roberts for being with us today. AJ McGowan at the Rock Revolution event. They're going to break out that Les Paul instrument there behind you. Sarah, you picked that out right away. So.
Oh, yes, Ted. We are ready to rock at Rock Revolution.
Everybody, Reynolds and Reynolds, revolutionizing to maximize your potential in the industry here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
If you're heading to NADA, this is something you don't want to miss. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is bringing our full professional media team to the show, and for a limited time, we're offering a complimentary media package to our partners and industry leaders. That means professional lighting, crystal clear audio, high quality video production. We're capturing real conversations, real insights, and real stories from the people shaping fixed operations right from the show floor. No awkward setups, no DIY videos, just polished, broadcast-ready content you can actually use. This is your opportunity to walk away from NADA with powerful video assets for LinkedIn, social, sales conversations, and brand visibility. Spots are limited, cameras will be rolling. If you're at NADA, make sure your story is part of this.
In a rush to hear our next speaker, it's Prasad Chavali from Axel Automotive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, a lot of conversations have been centered on fixed operations and the importance of data, and we have Axel Automotive with us for this discussion.
Sarah, you're so right, and not just anybody from Axel Automotive. We got Prasad Chavali, who's the founder and CEO. Prasad, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Oh, thanks to be with you guys.
Your company is involved in a whole lot right now going on in dealerships, and you're really giving dealerships an unfair advantage of controlling their data in one place. So I think one of the words Sarah and I have been using a lot is efficiency, and you're helping dealers with that. So I want to get started because we've got some questions to ask. And Prasad, if it's okay, let's start with, tell us a little bit about what actually Axel One does for dealerships and the fixed operations side of the business?
Yeah, definitely. I think, it's really difficult to explain our product in a couple of sentences because that's why the word Axel One is we're trying to bring all the data into one place. So if you take the fixed ops, they're using a software for making appointments, they're using a software for time clock hours, they're using another software to write the autos. And sometimes it's not just one software, it's like maybe 3 or 4 different pieces of software they're using. And these guys are focused on turning the cars and writing ROs, not trying to connect to Excel and run reports and see where they're, doing well or not. And some of them do really well. There's a lot of data marts and things like that. But our goal was to kind of bring the data all into one place, connect it and present it in a simple way. As simple as I log in today morning as a service advisor and I go, wow, my customer pay is at $143 this month. I should be at 145. What should I do? Instead of having to go run like 5 reports and ask somebody or call IT and say, can you give me the data? So to make it simply accessible, so what we call it is activating the data. So data exists in a lot of places, right? Who can get access to it and how they can actually use it is where the magic happens. So our focus is we actually get the data from every possible source, sometimes even like 10 different systems in a dealership, like a DMS, CRM, scheduling software, Xtime, everything, like even texting platforms, customer CRM, like the CDPs. Once you get all the data, there is a lot of redundancy, right? So again, as I said, in the fixed ops, you want the techs to be working on, the actual hours on the job to be as short as possible, not actually looking at the data and see what they're doing. So just to give you an example, we analyzed the data for like 7 years of autos and started bringing up data saying that which tech does which line item really efficient based on how many actual hours they recorded. So would you rather give him that work or would you put him on something he's not really good at, right? And instead of it being a whim, data can really help you to make, force that decision and say, this guy can change the transmission in X amount of time. Maybe we should put like 4 of them in the schedule for this week, right? So that's where it's almost like finding data to increase your efficiency. You used that word earlier. Creating that efficiency requires the data, and analyzing the data the right way is where the Axel One's focus has been. And luckily, I had a couple of really good um, customer counterparts that helped me build the fixed ops side of the business. They're like the fixed ops directors of the group. One is like a 30-store group, another 8-store group. And they'll come and challenge me and ask me a question. I said, hey, can you tell me what was my record month for customer pay in the last 18 months? Okay. And we would pull it up on the fly, and then they'll go, oh, that was last July. What did we do to kind of achieve that? And why are we not getting back to that? Can we look at some other parameters to kind of, replicate the magic from July 2025, right? So when people ask me those kind of questions, that's where we go, do we have the data? How quickly we can give it to them? And how can they use it to start making some, decisions without waiting until the end of the month or waiting for the financial statement to close? So I know it's a long explanation, but getting the data is the first big lift, and analyzing them and giving all these KPIs the guys look for, and giving that really easy, accessible, so they can start reacting to it on a daily basis.
Prasad, you just touched on so many different components in discussing, Axel, and I think I heard several different components that really stood out to me, and would especially stand out to fixed operations directors. You said technician efficiency specific to a type of job that they're doing, and then you also referenced how service directors of multi-store groups are asking these questions going back 18 months, and they're looking at all these different specific data points. So how much data are you collecting to specifically help improve fixed operations?
Wow, we actually go 7 years of historic data. And dealerships can groups actually add dealerships. Sometimes they change or hands and stuff like that. So we're keeping historic data for 7 years. So once you close a month, the data doesn't change, right? So you can actually analyze historic data and keep those KPIs really handy. So you don't need to crunch the numbers every time, right? So only this month's data is kind of more dynamic, and then all the historic data could be, very easily accessible and say, what was my effective labor rate from July 2024? It's already calculated in there, right? So we kind of kept the summary data, all the critical component data for 7 years. So you can ask all kinds of questions to that data.
Wow. I'm curious, Prasad, what kind of KPIs are current groups looking for? Can you give us maybe an example or two or three? And why are those KPIs, why are they so critical?
Everybody actually filling in the appointments, right? Once you set the appointments, it's not said and done. There is so much happens after an appointment is set, right? What did we sell? What are the decline services? The KPIs are even like effective labor rate on customer pay and extended warranty. Are we giving away too much? One of the KPIs is how many cars are we servicing again? Are a repair order is opened again? So if the technician doesn't do a job well, the second auto, you're either comping it, or you're not charging them, or somebody's eating it, right? So one of the KPIs is what's my percentage. It's like less than 5% should be policy work or comp work. So as soon as it goes above that KPI, you don't have to run the report to get it. It has to be on in front. And as long as it's below normal, you don't even need to worry about it. You don't need to run the report and looking at it. So what we're trying to do is proactively, the minute it gets to that threshold, we ask the dealership and say, hey, what's your threshold? And the minute they say 5%, as soon as it starts coming close to it, the system will start alerting and say, maybe you need to look at it, right? The other one that really surprised me, one of the groups said, how many tires are we selling? It's not just about tires. I think that selling tires has a loyalty factor. That means they trust the dealership to buy tires from you instead of just going, down to the 100 tire dealerships out there, right? So he said, my group's goal is 7%. So of all the cars coming in, 7% of the cars I would like to sell tires. So we have to build this KPI and a report across group wide to see which advisor is actually pushing tires and which one is not. So we ran the report, and it showed about $150,000 of lost opportunity by just not even offering tires when it was actually could have, right? So people think that fancy charts and all those things will actually executive dashboards and all those things are good, but when it comes down to the people that look after the money and the bottom line, they look at that much detail. And then you start going through the detail and say, which store, why are these guys constantly hitting their goal and which guy these guys not? And the factor was somebody in that store ended up marking the tires a little too much. And nowadays with the internet, everybody's compare shopping, right? Even it's $5 more, they're like, oh, the dealer is gouging me, so they'll go somewhere. Right? It wasn't true because the price was pretty much the same, plus or minus a few, pennies. So these are the kind of hidden nuggets that you need to look at and say, you're not selling the tires because people are not coming to buy. There was somebody that, didn't mark them right. So these are the kind of KPIs people ask. And before I asked them, before we had Axel on them, what they used to do, they used to go into DMS, export into like an Excel, and ask somebody to say, hey, can you sort it out and calculate these averages and give me some kind of a numbers. And there are people that still analyze this raw data and trying to find those KPIs. So we're trying to make their job easy. So instead of them becoming a programmers, they can focus on what they do best, which is doing more revenue in their fixed up side.
And Prasad, one of the biggest components that Axel also helps with, and Ted and I have had lots of conversations about this because it really is integrated into not only our customers' way of doing business and learning information, but AI is impacting the way that service and parts appointment conversions are being handled. So how are you seeing AI help with the data analysis?
See, there are two sides of AI, right? There's the AI, which is like like the generative AI, which is the prompt chat GPT. So we're not even on that side, right? We're more on the agentic side, which is, I don't want to use that word because, it's like a buzzword, but AI is not an afterthought. It's just a powerful tool to analyze your data much faster. So remember you asked me the question about how long, we have the data, 7 years, right? And if we start feeding into the AI engine, we should be able to ask AI the question and say, hey, give me my best service appointment closing date in the last 2 years. We don't have to run a report anymore. The AI could actually give you that answer within maybe 2 to 3 seconds. That is how AI revolutionizing is cutting down on the time to give you the data analysis that you had to feed it to something else and run a business BI report. That is the AI that's going to revolutionize the business, not the chat side of the, I don't want to, discredit the appointment setting and the automatic calls and all the stuff. That side of the business will eventually all, come to some kind of a stability. But data side of the AI is not easy. You have to feed that historic data. AI is like a child. You have to tell what the data means. How do you need to analyze? Where to find that data? So it's almost like a constant training process. We feel like we're in the kindergarten and first grade, to train AI models, and we keep finding more and more. And sort of, wow, like for example, I'll give you. If you say, "Give me my customer pay," put it as a chart for the last 6 months. We can do that, but you need the data to do that. It cannot do in chat gpt. So the data is what makes that AI is going to be very powerful. And I would say we took the last 6 months to start looking at all. So what we did is we looked at all the KPIs people ask and say, if they're going to ask that KPI, what is the data you need to calculate it? So we need to go get that data and start feeding it to AI. So it's almost like reverse engineering to your question of what KPIs people are asking. So we had to ask the same thing. AI is going to not give you answers that are out of the blue, right? So what KPIs people are interested in, and can we give the data quickly, faster, and on the phone when you're walking and say, give me this number, and it has to kind of bring that number. So yes, it's been a very learning experience for us on how to embrace the power of AI to make Axel one. That's where that you will see on our website, expert. The expert is where the data is going to be fed into the AI. So it's going to be expert. It's going to become more and more experience as we feed more data. Otherwise, it's just going to be a very simple AI, model. So
We're speaking today to Prasad Chavali. He's the founder and CEO of Axel Automotive. Axel Automotive helps dealers solve some very difficult pain points while creating operational efficiencies. And you hear him talking now about the data, and fixed ops is rich in data, and using that data to help dealers, especially at this time when the focus now is so important on profitability. Prasad, I've got to ask you, what are some of the challenges that dealers are facing? We talk about operational efficiencies, but things such as activating service customers, using data analytics. What are some of the things that you're seeing? I know you'll be previewing a lot of this next week at NADA. We'll talk about that in a moment, but tell us a little bit more if you don't mind.
So again, I think the challenges are not always the same, right? You've been through the last 5 years, and I keep asking the dealers, what are your current problems? One of them is retaining technicians, right? Experienced technicians. It's almost like some of the groups have a job posting continuously for techs. It's like they don't never take down the job, the job posting. And I keep asking why. I said, it is really difficult to find them. And so if you find a really good one, how do you retain them? Right. So retaining techs is like, you need to remember the one I said, you need to find what they're good at and maximize their compensation. What is this guy's good at? And if you can give him more jobs that he's going to make more money, in terms of bonuses and stuff like that, that is where they stay. The second one is obviously culture, right? I'll talk about the customer side of it, but we talk more about the operational side because Axel One is more focused on the operational side. because bringing the customers or retaining the customers is also part of the culture. If they know the technician is not going, is a very friendly guy in his video, he sends a really good reviews, he's not going to push anything, they build a bond. In fact, I think a lot of people want to go to the same service advisor, because they feel comfortable, right? So we need to start matching. If an advisor leaves, what do you do with those customers? Or if the tech is moved on to another store, how do you actually create that continuity, right? So these requirements from the fixed ops are actually dictated by the dealers. So I spend a lot of time with the dealers, listening to them. I'm not the one to solve the problem. We need to ask them what the problems are, and we can see if the data can solve that problem or not. So that's almost how I spend it, once a quarter, all my big customers, and say, what are the next challenges you're facing, right? Is it not having enough RO? And one of the fixed ops directors that I talked to, he said, Prasad, I can almost tell you my year-over-year ROs are probably 2% increase. And I ran the report and I said, how do you know? He said, we're in this every day, right? And I said, so what are you looking for? And that's when he said, can you tell me how much we're charging for the tech, and also what are we paying in the actual payroll? So we actually connect the HR system to fixed ops.
Wow.
Right? So they're paying the tech $35, and in the CDK or the DMS, they put it only at $32. They're actually losing $3 per hour. So we built a report called the exception report on what's the actual pay and what you put in the DMS. As menial, as small job as it takes, if you don't track it down, you're not charging enough for the RO, right? Or you're not, so things like that is what they tell us and say, these are the things that take us time. These are the things that if we don't have to worry about it, we could do better. And it wasn't the same 2 years ago, like I said. So you guys are in the space too. It is like, what happens if a lot more EVs come in, right? Or, what is the landscape is going to change? But we got to be ready with what are the challenges 2026 or beyond going to come in. And having the data in the right place is going to prepare us to kind of say, okay, we can give you that analysis, or we can give you some insights into it.
Prasad Chavali, everybody, works with a number of our dealers here in Fixed Ops at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Very important right now, especially in 2026, that we're paying attention to the data and how we can use it to our advantage. Prasad, I imagine a lot of these tools are available now through the Axel Automotive platform. Tell us a little bit about, because I know you're coming to NADA next week in Las Vegas. Sarah and I are going to see you there. Tell us a little about what dealers can expect when they come see you there, and give us a little bit of insight on that.
So about a year ago, our product was reports, right? A lot of data. It looks like dashboards, executive dashboard. It was kind of like looking a little old. And one of the guys challenged me and said, how are you going to make your product fully AI enabled? And I said, I have no idea. So this is the best. It was one of the guys that I keep talking to said, your system should say, stop running reports, start talking to your data. And I said, yeah, that makes sense. So how can you start talking to your data? That is through AI. So nobody's going to sit down and run 10 reports to find that information. The technology is moving so fast. Everybody's expecting not only when they search, it's not going to give the results. The AI mode is going to give you a few pointers. And so for an ADA, we're going to have a fully interactive demo where anybody can walk up to one of our 4 screens and start asking questions. So we will not do a scripted demo. So if you're a dealer and you go, these are the 3 questions I have. So they will ask the question to our expert, and it will give the answers based on the simulated data we're going to set up. And then once if they see the answers are good, we can show them everything. So for NADA, our investment in the last 6 months been to create that self-driving demo, because no 2 dealers or operators think the same. And we don't have a PowerPoint presentation for it because it will not cover every question they have. So it's going to be very interactive. Very excited about that layout. 4 screens, any can come up to it, start talking to the data.
Sarah, you and I are going to see this in person next week at Axel Automotive at NADA in Las Vegas. Everybody, NADA booth number 6006N in the North Hall is where you'll find this. Now, Prasad, if those watching are not going to NADA, because some people are not going to go, can they get more information on the web? And is the website the best place to reach out? What do you suggest?
Yes. Yes, in fact, we introduced the expert small icon on our website where you can start talking to a little bit. It is only giving the questions answers from the content we have, and we're going to enable what we're going to enable at NADA on our website also end of the month. So whatever we're going to demo at the NADA, anybody can go to our website and start asking the same questions, including things like very deep questions like, how do I calculate my tech efficiency? Do you guys track actual clock hours and actual hours that are worked on an auto, and how do you show that in a report? We want to go as deep as possible with that, as long as the data is simulated, because people should. It's very difficult for us to do a demo in a half an hour, right? Because who are you talking to? If you're talking to dealer owner, like, do you want to see the financial statement, fixed ops? What side of the business you want to look at? One of our strengths is the financial data. We do deep financial reporting, and guess what is the newest report we've done is the like the remote servicing, like vans, mobile. Yeah. So there is a separate financial report and statement, and nobody has in the financial statement a separate number to show that revenue. So they're kind of like adding it to a regular revenue. So we build a report where you can see exactly how much you're doing on that side of the business and if it is making money or not, right? Wow. So as long as we can map the accounts, and it's not available in the financial statements yet, pretty soon many of the OEMs are going to add that line saying that, hey, how much are you doing in store? How much are you doing, remote? But it's not, hasn't made it in financial statements. So those kind of the reports we're building, because industry is changing, right? A lot more people are doing that remote servicing.
Mobile service and remote services are a huge part of fixed operations now. Not so much 2 or 3 years ago, but it seems to be growing great amounts every month. More and more dealers are finding ways to make that successful. Sarah, this is an exciting platform with a lot of extremely important information that dealers can capitalize on.
Lots of incredible information, Ted and Prasad. We're looking forward to seeing all of the great insights you'll share with us in the year ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. As I said, I know we talked for a little bit. There's a lot more to show, and looking forward to showing it in person at NADA. And then you'll be able to talk a little bit more like specific to one topic, because there's maybe 10 topics in fixed ops that I can talk about just that, right? About employee tracking or mobile services. So there is so much rich information in there. So it's not just easy to kind of tell it in a short.
We're going to plan on having those conversations with you, not just at NADA, but on upcoming roundtables as well later this year. Axel Automotive, everybody, you can reach them on the web at axelautomotive.com. Prasad's email is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. You can see this all in person next week at NADA, booth 6006 in North Hall. Sarah and I will be there as well. And Prasad, congratulations to you. And this is extremely time relevant and at the top of the food chain right now for dealers. So congratulations on all the great work that you're doing for our dealers.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. See you soon.
Everybody, you'll be hearing a lot more about Axel. So stay tuned. Prasad Chavali, everybody. Axel Automotive here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Axel One was created to allow auto dealers to interact with all their data, anywhere, anytime. Think of it as a dealership operating system that connects all your existing tools, improving profits and reducing costs. Our AI engine, Expert, provides role-specific insights and identifies actionable paths for growth.
Faster decisions and greater transparency. Book your demo today to learn more about what Axel One can do for your business.
It's kind of a mix between a sense of pride and solving a problem.
When you are taking on a multi-million-dollar investment, you have one opportunity to do this right.
When the Jim Ellis team came to us, and when really any of our clients come to us, they say, hey, here's this box that this brilliant architect put together, and we need you to help us come up with the best flow put, the best throughput, and really the best design to help us maximize our efficiency in our service department. So when you walk into a finished project like this and you see your design and your layout, the equipment that the team put in, it's a really cool feeling.
Pride. It's just incredible that our small little company can accomplish something this grand, and we do it day in and day out.
Go big or go BL Innovare with Carol Kilner and Don Andres up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the BL Innovare panel. And Ted, what an incredible conversation we're going to have with our special guest today.
That's right. Super timely, Sarah. Carol Kilner is with us from BL Innovare. Great friends of the fixed ops and retail community. We're also joined by Don Andres. Don is with Auto SCT Consulting and Training. That's his company. Carol and Don, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Don, Sarah, Ted.
Yeah, excited to be here. This is going to be fun.
Good to see both of you. Here we are. We're already, Carol, we're a month in to 2026. Next week, the world converges on Las Vegas, NADA. Carol, I'm assuming BL Innovare will be out there. Am I correct? And if so, will we see you and your team there?
Absolutely. We're going to be out there. We look forward to it. I always love going to the show, connecting with people in person, letting them see and feel our tech and kind of learn what BL Innovare is all about. So definitely stop by and see us.
You see a booth number. They're in the North Hall. We'll come back to that a little bit later, but Carol, Sarah, and I will be out there as well with you. We'll be interviewing you and look forward to having BL Innovare on our audience's short list. So Sarah, with that, let's get it rolling.
Let's get things started, Ted. Well, I want to come to Don first. Really what we're talking about today is making confident technology decisions in the service department, but really all of those decisions can't happen without a really good culture first. And so Don, to come to you on, why culture in dealerships, really matters before we install technology or we put a product in place to try to elevate the experience. Why should we focus first on the culture in our business instead of the technology?
Boy, that's so important. I love that. I love that we start with the most important part, which is culture, not necessarily vision, right? So vision kind of comes after the culture is set up, but who are we? What we've always learned is culture creates behaviors, right? That dictates behaviors. So here we are, we're trying to introduce technology. We've got a lot of new innovative things, but if I don't have behaviors that align with the company, then what am I really accomplishing? I've got a bunch of islands with a bunch of products. And so culture becomes really important. Well, what would that actually look like? Well, we want to be a culture of engagement, of customer engagement, right? So we're going to use technology as a partner, but we never want to lose sight of the fact that we like people, we like customers. And by the way, culture is so important. We love our employees. We love our employees. So we're not going to just simply keep introducing technology to our employees. We're going to partner up with our employees, make sure it makes sense, and make sure everybody sees the great value in that. I think, what culture sounds like and feels like when we are talking technology.
And Donna, a quick follow-up before I come to Carol. One of the pieces, impacting culture today, Ted and I hear a lot about the technician and their experience in the dealership, and why this component is so important, considering the technology that these vehicles continue to have, more complex parts, more complex software, more complex ways that we have to look at the repairs and the maintenance on them. So Don, I mean, one without I guess getting into too far detail, have you seen dealers pressured into buying more than they were ready for? And then from the technician perspective, once the tech is in the lane, you're kind of in that relationship with them from that culture side.
Boy, you're exactly right. First of all, we know dealers, general managers do have sometimes a shiny object syndrome, right? We know that a product comes out, it ends up with some really good reviews. You got a really smooth salesperson talking about these great results. And then they get it into the store, and the technician discovers, especially a technician, that he can't trust the product. He can't trust that product really is giving the correct information, giving the right things. And so suddenly this culture is slammed in the face because we didn't include the employees in this equation, and that trust factor isn't there. So guess what doesn't end up getting used? It doesn't end up really getting used, and certainly doesn't have an ROI associated with it. So, Sarah, I love the fact that you're starting this conversation with culture.
And can I add to that, Don? I think I'm excited about this topic. I'm really passionate about this. It's the new year right now, and it's supposed to be a time when you feel refreshed. And to be honest with you, everywhere I turn, there's new technologies, new platforms, new must-have. And I'm a tech person. I love tech, but I'm just like, holy cow, I'm just so overwhelmed by it all. And that's kind of what inspired me for this is I can only imagine what, the dealerships, the fix-ops, when they go to this NADA show and they see thousands of products and bright lights and things flashing at them, it's like, how do I make a responsible decision? And I think, we're a little bit different here as a technology company. For us, it's culture, vision, and only then does the technology make sense. And I think that's really, what I want to position ourselves as. We help people make these right decisions. We're not all about the hype, and we don't want to replace people. I want to talk to people. I want people to see how our technologies fit. I don't want them just to be impressed by our technology. I want them to go, that makes sense. That works for me.
That makes a lot of sense.
And Carol, the other piece that I think is so impressive about what BL Innovare is doing is you're also not looking at the technology as, I've got to have a release, before I come out to a big trade show. I really have to build the technology for longevity versus, chasing trends or chasing, the buzzwords that we hear all across tech. So could you tell us a little bit more again about BL Innovare's approach when it comes to building your solutions, for the long term?
Okay, so when we look at building this product, we want it to be modular and sort of scale with the customer. I mean, there's a lot of hype around AI and all of these things, and those aren't a vision. Those are things that help augment the product that you have out there. And really, when we're building something, we're looking for clarity, not complexity. How do we take something that appears, it is complex to develop, but under the hood, it's complex, but to the customer, it's very clear, it's easy, how it makes sense. So we want our product to fit into the dealership space and make sense from day one, not 4 or 5 years down the road, they get this ROI. We want it to make sense right away because nobody has that kind of capital to wait for the return on investment so many years later.
All right, so let's frame it. We've got culture first. I want to talk to you about vision second, if that's okay. there's a lot of things right now that are transforming that customer experience, certainly building trust. Don, I want to come to you if it's okay. Where's the service lane going as we come into 2026? Now, realistically, knowing about not wanting to overcomplicate it and, again, build that trust and transparency with the customer.
Boy, that's a great question, because when we're talking vision, now we're talking, what do we want to do in the marketplace to distinguish ourselves? What makes our store, excuse my little raspy voice here, it is that time of year, right? So I think what distinguishes us in the marketplace is really important. Well, what do we want to do in 2026? Well, let's say we want to engage more. We want to actually have conversations. So one thing we have to look at is their desktop, a service advisor's desktop. Are there 12 different windows open? Are there 15 different windows open? And that we're asking them to not only move through a repair RO creation and engagement with the customer, but we actually have to be flawless in all these different tools, all in that very moment of time when the customer is dropping off the vehicle, right? So what are we really asking that advisor do? Add more to their plate already? Or do we want to create some clarity? Do we want to realize that there's a couple things we want to make sure we get accomplished? Are we prepared for the customer's arrival? I think that's important. And then are we using tools that in a moment and during that engagement, we have the ability to say, here's something I need to bring to your attention. Here's something that your car is telling us right now that I think you and I need to talk about. Now, we don't do that to sell. We're doing that because we care. The vision is really that we know they don't know about cars. They don't know what's required. And so that advisor's job is to get them up to speed and, if at all possible, show them exactly what is happening with their car so you can have that discussion. And then don't be surprised when customers go, well, yeah, let's get that taken care of if I appreciate the information. So, what is vision going to look like in 2026? If I really want to distinguish myself in the marketplace, I want to really get down to the things that will create trust with that customer and use those tools as opposed to the 12 windows open, right?
And I think it's important to meet the customer where they're at. Some people love tech and they want to do everything via the phone. They don't want to talk to people. They want different levels of tech, but there's a very high percentage of population. I still want to talk to a person. I want to learn and understand. And I had this experience with a technology provider for our company, and I was trying to get my problem solved, and they have this AI chatbot, and it sent me off into this world of a different language and not the right answers. And I'm like, I just want to talk to a person. It's taken me 2 weeks to schedule a call so I could talk to them. And I was just, I want that human interaction. And I think there's a large portion of the population that they still want to talk to that advisor. They still want to understand and have that interaction back and forth. So I think it's really about understanding what fits in that environment, and not everybody is the same here.
Carol, you're so right. It is a people business. Don reminds me of that all the time. Carol, and next week at NADA, we mentioned that earlier, dealers are going to be hearing, they're already hearing about it now. They're getting bombarded with AI. BL Innovare has taken a more restrained approach. Okay. Talk to us. Is that all, again, about making sure that it's people first, okay, and that we're addressing that customer with the example like you just gave us?
Yeah, 100%. And I think, sort of back to our company culture, is we made a very deliberate decision early on to not be that high pressure sales organization. Yeah, right. We've been in the business 22 years. We've got tech that works. There's no surprise that ours is some of the best value proposition in the market, because all of this spend on marketing and hype and everything else that goes around the flash, it's that money goes somewhere, and it's into the product cost. So we're a little bit more mindful, and it's why we engage with you guys here at the Fix Op Roundtable. Is we want to have these conversations. I'm not going to spend marketing dollars on big bright lights that might impress somebody. I want you to walk away going, that tech makes sense, and that works for my organization today, and maybe later on I'll upgrade, and there's other options and a path forward to me, but it makes sense today, and the ROI is something I can justify.
Incredible stuff, Ted. And And really, going back into the technology, just to unpack a little bit more, regarding some of the filters that matter with it. Because I mean, anytime that we're searching for, our online shopping as an example, there's criteria sometimes when you go and you enter a keyword or you're looking for a specific type of tech, and it just bombards you with so many choices and so many options. And so we really have to apply filters that actually matter into to looking for technology. So, Don, what, in your opinion, when you're advising dealers on tech adoption and you're considering options out there, what filters really matter?
Boy, that's a big question because they offer so much information, right? If there's one thing they've gotten really good at is the ability to give an advisor information. And ultimately what happens is it's too much. So either they're trying to explain too much information to a customer in that moment, or worse, the advisor just turns it off. Well, once you've bought a product and that advisor has officially decided there isn't enough value in it with my engagement with the customer, so I'm just not going to bring it up. We see that way too often. So we got the product, we've invested the product, and guess what happens? The conversations aren't actually happening. Right. So thus the ROI never really materializes. So we want to use a product that still brings simplicity, gets real answers in real time. One of the beautiful things that I've seen her product live in a dealership is the ability for a car to drive in, and I have that information before I even walk up to the customer. It's that quick. It's that accurate. One of the great things that I had some fun with was handing some of that information that came out of that product to a technician. Okay, let's see what this really looks like. Turns out it was 100% accurate. So I started to really value the simplicity of their product because the advisor in that moment hands the results to a customer, and now I'm having a real conversation about things we got to get accomplished on their car. So in that respect alone, I'm going to make sure I'm really focusing at NADA on ROI as opposed to what might be a tremendous amount of information. But, in the real world, the advisor has moments, not anything longer than that, to come to that trust factor with the customer.
And I think it's important that it's not a one size fits all. Like I know, Don, we've talked about, some dealer groups that'll say, hey, I'm going to adopt this product to all of my rooftops. And it's really not the one size fits all. If you don't have the time for the customer engagement to sell alignment, or maybe you don't have the rack space, then you don't need to spend $50,000 on an alignment type tool. Maybe you only need a smaller footprint just doing the documentation. So it's really understanding where they are and what they can take. You don't need too much tech. It just becomes, it's too much and then you use none of it. So I think our approach is engage in these conversations and understand where you're at. And by the way, the product is modular, so that if you're only looking at the documentation, you're looking at a product with $10,000, $12,000 with an ROI in a matter of months. You want to do alignment, you have an engaged staff, then there's a different product there. So the idea is you need to get the right fit. Don't use the one size fits all, because every dealership customer base is just that little bit different.
Carol, that makes a lot of sense. We hear about that a lot. You've spent a lot of time listening to dealers, okay, and listening to consumers and what they're looking for. You're also an overnight success, 20, 25 years in this space, a lot of it in Europe and overseas, and now, of course, here in North America as well. Speak to us a little bit about that, because BL Innovare has deep roots in doing these inspections. You are a leader, a global leader in these vehicle inspections. And, this is your swim lane. This is exactly where you folks are at.
Yeah, it's exciting being able to be a global company. Obviously, there's lots of the new challenges, but I think the things that we learn in these different areas will obviously apply. Like, for instance, in Europe, GDPR and privacy and things are a huge thing over there, which they are here too, and they will be becoming more prominent. But again, things that we've done For our customers over there, we're leveraging over here, and likewise things that we learn here. So it really makes our product and our offering more versatile and flexible to fit into the different environments, and allows us to leverage all of these different experiences. I think it's 19 countries that we are in around the world. So it's exciting.
Well, it seems to be getting done, and Carol, more exciting as we go. This year is no exception. We're about a month into 2026. I mentioned earlier the NADA show. BL Innovare will be there in the North Hall. You can see the booth number scrolling across the bottom. You want to put BL Innovare on your short list in visiting NADA. Sarah and I will be there. We'll be spending some time with both Carol and with Don, doing some interviews out at NADA. Carol, when people come to the BL Innovare booth, okay, what kind of things can they expect to see? I know you'll be answering questions and all, but will they actually be able to see some of the products, and what have you have there?
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually bringing our complete a tunnel arc system that we have there. So you'll be able to touch it, feel it, and see the modular design that we have. And our engineering team spent a lot of time developing and designing this so that it truly fits into that space. So you'll get a chance to talk to our team and see the product live.
Sarah, this is very exciting, and I think I could just feel the buzz this year. It's even more exciting than years past.
It is, Ted. And Carol, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the innovation with BL Innovare and how you continue to really put, again, the dealers and our audience first in how you're creating this technology and helping them in this product decision.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. I'm excited for this show.
All right. So culture first, vision second, followed by technology. BL Innovare, the leader for our dealers in vehicle inspections. And Carol, look forward to seeing you next week at NADA in Las Vegas. Don, look forward to seeing you as well.
Yeah, very excited to be there.
Getting a copy of that book signed, finally.
I will do.
And again, Sarah and I will be out there. So, Carol, thank you for all you do for the industry, and we'll see you next week with our dealers as well. Everybody, Carol Kilner from BL Innovare with Don Andres here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Prior to having the inspection lanes, we were doing 125 or so alignments per month. We're approaching 400 alignments per month now. Quite a return on investment.
Most of the time, customers don't even know that their alignment is out. So now we're able to catch it before they start to notice any severe, pull to the left or to the right. And we're able to pick up accurate measures of their tire tread, whether or not the alignment's good or bad. And so it just gives the customer kind of a wondering of, oh, I have no idea. Thank you for telling me. And then go ahead and tell them, it's a quick, easy process. If you'd like us, to get the alignment corrected, we can.
Our service lane is well equipped with camera systems all the way around, but when the coats and the bodyguard team came in and set up our equipment, it has helped us dramatically in savings as far as individuals saying that we damaged or we scratched their car.
So as a new advisor, I could not imagine doing my role today without the inspection lane.
Looking at the health report printout that I received with the ROs, I am able to myself better understand if a vehicle maybe even has bent components before even getting it on and checking it myself on the alignment rack.
It definitely has a positive effect on CSI. Customers enjoy knowing that their car is in good condition, and they want to know if it's not. As far as having the inspection lane, is something that we felt very strongly about. We really felt that it was going to be a good investment. It is definitely something that has high gross. I would recommend it to any dealership that wants to make the investment, because you'll get your return probably in about 6 months.
Fastline and Bodyguard. Exceptional value as standalone products. Together, they bring you the ultimate solution. Fastline Evo and Fastline Plus. combining the best of both worlds.
You guys will be in charge of creating a fixed ops activation event and retention strategy.
An entire team will be eliminated.
It really puts the pressure on.
It's an easy win. We got this.
We're in for a dogfight.
I think everyone's pretty evenly equipped.
It's a really tight competition between the teams.
There's always one winner at the end of the day, I guess you could say.
Do you hear the crocodile rock? Welcome back to the Rock Revolution with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Pull up to the function with PayJunction in our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the PayJunction panel. We want to welcome back Randy Modos and Tom Harnetiaux with us. And Ted, lots of great conversation about PayJunction and what's happening in the industry related to payments.
A lot of focus. You're so right, Sarah, in our industry. PayJunction is with us here today. Randy and Tom, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Happy to be here.
Pleasure to be back. Thank you, Sarah and Ted, for having us back.
You know, before we get started, Tom, NADA is coming up next week. A lot of dealers are making their plans this week as to who they'll visit and so on. Will PayJunction be at the Las Vegas NADA this year?
We will. Our team will be at NADA this year, and we're excited to be able to, meet all the dealerships, and we'll be having demonstrations at the booth and stop on by. Booth number 6444N.
Thank you, Tom. I see that scrolling down below. We'll come back to that a little bit later, if that's okay. First, I want to start some questions. Randy, I have a question for you. Right now, fixed ops leaders know that costs are rising. No question about that. Some have not yet switched to surcharge. When we talk about leaving money on the table, finding efficiencies with surcharge, what does that actually look like in real fixed operations dollars?
Thanks, Ted, first of all, for the question, and thanks for having us back. These are the conversations that we're having day in and day out with fixed operation groups and dealership groups across the country. And we've chatted about this before. And really, the conversations that we're having are all around data. So let's go through some of just the numbers to frame it all, right? So credit card fees often run effectively between 2 to 3%. On large repair orders, that's real money disappearing on every single transaction. When these payments are optimized, the dealers can see effective rates drop as much as 58%. We've seen that translate in the real world to roughly about $130,000 per year per rooftop. So when you look at multi-rooftop dealership groups, the financial impact is high. And when it's done correctly with things like smart surcharge and proper disclosures and freedom of choice, there's minimal to no impact on any of the CSI from the dealership. And what does that mean for fixed operations? That means that the overall economics of the dealership are improved. So the pressure on the fixed operations for the performance, for the financial performance of the dealership is reduced. So it's a consideration that affects the entire dealership, fixed operations, and the entire dealership as a whole. So as we see many companies taking advantage of this, it's really a trend throughout the entire industry. So let me give you some more data here. So if you're not surcharging, here's some interesting points, right? So like in 2 years back, when we did a survey, 25% of dealerships were currently surcharging. A year later, so last year, we're heading into this year, and the current surveys are showing an increase all the way up to 36% of dealerships actively deploying surcharging. So from 25 to 36. the percentage that are evaluating it is very high. So if you think in terms of competitive landscape, you have all of this significant margin, rates, cost of it dropped by 58%, offsetting nearly 100% of their credit card fees. All of that, margin coming back into the business to increase their ability to operate better, right? So the dealerships are going to begin to compete in different economics, right? So other dealerships are going to have more money to deploy in marketing and other different places within the business. And the competition in terms of the financial impact of this is going to start to be felt. So it's an important thing to understand the decision. Now, I think what's important for fixed ops leaders to know is that these fees represent money that's already flowing out of the dealership today, and they have an opportunity to take it back. And every month, literally, that the groups aren't addressing this proposed savings, they're just leaving money back on the table. And then Tom, I guess from the front lines, dealing with the dealerships, how can you add on to that?
Yeah, well, I want to start off by just kind of talking about not every dealership's going to surcharge, right? Mm-hmm. Some of them don't want to surcharge. And I want to talk about them just for a second, because I deal with hundreds of dealerships that we've switched over to our services, hundreds that surcharge, hundreds of dealerships that don't surcharge. And one of the things that we find with leaving money on the table first and foremost is just, if you're not going to surcharge, you could be getting situations where you're overpaying for fees due to interchange optimization, not qualifying for level 2, level 3, not having PIN debit properly set up to capitalize on the lower interchange costs on PIN debit, interchange reimbursement on refunds. It's really funny. You at a dealership, you might spot a guy who comes in and you like, that guy's going to pay MSRP on this car, right? I feel like payment processors look at businesses and dealerships like that as well. They're constantly nickel and diming them and not making sure that their systems are set up properly to get the lowest cost possible on their transactions. So the first way that you're probably leaving money on the table is not having proper setup, not having the proper rate structure, and we can help with that as well. But circling to the topic of surcharging, we're seeing dealerships saving 6 figures a year per rooftop implementing compliant surcharging. And for those dealers that are currently not getting the best rates from their current processor, the savings can be even greater than that. So I think Randy mentioned 58% on average. Sometimes we see 70, 80% reductions in total cost for dealers that implement compliant surcharging compared to where they are today. So regardless of whether you want to do surcharging or not, taking a look at your entire rate structure and seeing where you're at is imperative to making sure that you're not leaving money on the table.
Tom, it's so interesting. And Randy, this information is really fascinating. And just a follow-up question, Randy, what's really holding dealers back from fixing this if the savings, like Tom is mentioning, are already proven?
Really good question, Sarah. So when we break this down into categories in the conversations that we're having all throughout the country, it usually breaks into 4 different categories in terms of like how the leaders are considering like impact against the fixed operations group or the dealership. The first is CSI impact. They're concerned that there's going to be a CSI impact in terms of customer reviews and the scores against it. The second is compliance, like how do you handle the compliance and any mistakes? The second is staff training or disruption, like how do I do this and not like jam up the dealership? And then the last one, which is really important, is this actually creating more work for the controllers in the back office? And those are the things that we literally talk about all day long. So ironically, those risks usually come from manual processes and disconnected systems, not actually the payment strategy itself. So when surcharging relies on staff remembering compliance rules or verbal explanations, terminals without automatic disclosures that are outside of the integration of the VMS, or multiple systems that don't talk to each other, these things can arise. The CSI impact occurs when the customers just don't understand that they have freedom of choice. Per the regulations, the customers need to be presented both with the surcharge and the non-surcharge amount, They also need to be given the option to decline the transaction and make a different payment type. So with our technology that we deploy at PayJunction, you put out customer-facing terminals that have clear freedom of choice, communicate out to the customer so they know that they have a surcharge and a non-surcharge option that addresses the CSI impact. The customer-facing technology with the compliance built in addresses the compliance mistakes. The staff, when using all the technology that has all this built in, don't need training because they don't need to talk to the customers. The terminals are doing the talking and the disclosures to the customers. So you don't got to keep retraining the staff. Every cashier that comes in, you don't need to teach them about here's the compliant things you need to stay for surcharging. And then really importantly, like making sure that you have really strong reporting and surcharge offset reports so that the back office and the controllers are happy. Because when they're happy and these systems are in place, everybody's happy, right? So these are literally the things that we build our technology for. These are the conversations and the demonstrations that we're having literally day in and day out for dealerships across the country. Tom, anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, just from the front line, I mean, what I hear from dealerships that implement surcharging is, why did I wait? I haven't had a dealership switch back from implementing surcharging. So I'm certain that there's, for every dealership that's listening today, that's hesitant to implementing surcharging due to CSI or just the scare of implementing something new and fearful of how it's going to disrupt their operations or whatever. There's dealerships around you surcharging today. It's happening, and it's the way that the industry is moving. So when you, as Randy mentioned, when you have a system that's going to make it easy for your staff to be able to communicate the surcharge to the clients, you have a system that takes care of all that stuff for you. You're not going to have those disruptions in your operations, and you're not going to have that negative impact to CSI. But I think just being on the front lines, the thing that I hear the most from dealers that we implement surcharging with is just, why did I wait? Because they don't see the negative impact to CSI that they might be fearful of. And, as Randy mentioned in the beginning, the longer you wait to implement surcharging, the more money you're leaving on the table, and you can't get that money back.
Gentlemen, as a follow-up, if I can ask you, are there any special considerations when it comes to fixed operations, service and parts, and surcharging? What are you seeing out there?
Thanks, Ted. I think that, one of the important things is that, the fixed operations department is a really important place to focus because there's just a high volume of credit card transactions happening within the fixed operations group. And optimizing the rates within that area of the dealership have a high impact. And as we know, the fixed operation groups are the heartbeat and the economic stability of the dealership in any fluctuating times in the economy. So just making sure that you're optimizing within those areas is really important. So some other inefficiencies that may be quirky is like, I'm not optimized credit, not optimized debit, manual reconciliation, disconnected reporting. Many dealerships will go unintegrated in their payment processing, meaning that the transaction processing is happening outside of the dealer management system. And they'll do that in an attempt to optimize the costs of these transactions. So there's a lot of operational drag for that. PayJunction has a very interesting and amazing technology that we've been successfully deploying for years now into the dealership space that allows us, with a technology called no-code processing, to layer in integrated payment processing into the dealer management system. So not only can we optimize the rate structure, like with the surcharging or any of the other angles that Tom talked about, but we can actually optimize the back reconciliation, the data in and data out of the DMS, the data entry errors that people might be making, and the back office is trying to clean up on a daily basis. And we can do some really amazing things outside of the fees to create operational improvements and return on investment across the fixed ops group. Do you want to add on to that, Tom?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. When fixed ops is looking at integrating surcharging into their services, the way that they process payments, I think having the right system that makes everyone's life easier, not just the staff, but also the checkout experience for the customer as well. So for the staff, our no-code payment integration means that the staff doesn't have to leave the DMS to run the payment. They can actually process the payment, and we can have the payment auto post back to the DMS. So that eliminates reconciliation errors and everything that goes into the normal process of manually posting a payment back to the DMS. And then deploying processing to everybody who needs it. You're not just, if you want to have one cashier that takes payments at your dealership, that's fine. But with PayJunction, you can deploy processing to everybody at the dealership that you want to be able to take payments. So service advisors can check people out right there at their desks. And again, that's improving the customer experience and making it easier getting your customer out the door. And then also we have invoicing. You can invoice via text message. You can invoice via email. You have the ability to offer that express checkout where customers can make payment before coming in to pick up their vehicle, which is important to that process. So we're all about improving the experience for the staff, but also improving the customer experience when they go to pay as well. And compliance surcharging is built into every modality that we have of taking payment, whether it be at the terminals, over the phone, through a text or email that you send to somebody, recharging a card on file. Compliance surcharging is built into all of those different modalities. So it makes it really nice for fixed ops when they go to implement surcharging, when it's across the entire platform and easy for everybody to use.
Excellent information, Tom and Randy. And I know we have a lot of dealers in our audience today that are listening in. And Tom, to reference what you said earlier, no dealer wants to pay MSRP, and nobody wants to be stuck with losing revenue and having opportunities on their balance sheet. So Randy, to come back to you, for our dealers in our audience today, what is the fastest low risk way to stop the financial bleed without disrupting operations or CSI?
I think to sum it all up in a simple sentence, like an optimizer smart surcharge strategy is one where the technology does all the heavy lifting and not the staff.
Okay.
So what does that mean? It means that surcharging is automated and compliant. The system automatically identifies all these things like credit versus debit, applies the surcharge only where allowed, handles refunds correctly without manual intervention. It connects all your technology and your reporting across the system. Disclosures are on equipment that are facing the customer, so you don't have to keep training the staff of how to say things correctly and have the liability of if it is said incorrectly. You can do things like Tom's saying. So for fixed ops, they can send out text message links that are surcharge compliant, that give all the proper disclosures when they're doing the remote checkouts, so they can do 24-hour pickup and servicing of the cars and keep the service flowing. And it's really about, again, just letting the technology do the heavy lifting. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, Randy. I was just going to add to that as you're going through that stuff. For the dealerships that are not surcharging, the easiest way to save this money is implement surcharge. It's the way to go. For the dealers that are currently surcharging, though, I want to kind of circle back to what I said earlier about, when you see that guy walk into the dealership and you're like, that's the sucker that's going to pay MSRP and not negotiate the price. It's happening with these dealers that have implemented surcharging. We're seeing that while they're passing fees on to their customer and covering their cost on credit cards, they still have to pay the fees on debit card processing, right? Because you can only surcharge a credit card. You can't surcharge a debit card.
Debit card.
So the dealership is absorbing that fee on debit card transactions. And what we see constantly is dealers that are currently surcharging are overpaying significantly for debit. And I mean significantly, like 4 or 5 times what they should be paying. So Ted, do you have any idea what the wholesale interchange rate is on a debit card, a PIN debit card?
I am not the expert for sure.
And most dealerships aren't either, right? Well, the cost on that card, if it's issued by a major bank like Wells Fargo, B of A, Chase, et cetera, the cost on that card is 0.05% is the wholesale interchange rate. Okay.
The wholesale, wow.
The wholesale cost on that card. So what we're finding is that many times dealerships are paying upwards of 2% on that type of transaction. And look at that markup that processor is making on that payment. So one of the things that I just want every dealer that's watching today to take away from this call is that there's a lot of little nuances to credit card processing, right? Interchange optimization, level 2, level 3, PIN debit, refund, reimbursement. There's a lot of things that tie into what the wholesale rate ends up being on an individual transaction. And what we do here at PayJunction is we take a look at that bill, your statement, and we'll identify what that true wholesale cost is on all those different types of cards. And we'll explain to you how your bill works. And we'll take those egregious markups that the processor's charging and we'll shut those down, right? We're all about long-term relationships over short-term profits. So we don't need to gouge you on those types of debit cards and things like that. And that's what I really want dealers to take away from this call, whether you're surcharging or not, whether you want to surcharge or not. We have the ability to help you out and make sure that you're not that sucker paying MSRP for the car, right? We'll help you negotiate that rate down and make sure you're getting a fair deal.
All right, fair enough. For our audience, for our dealers, next week, the industry will converge on Las Vegas, NADA 2026. Sarah, you and I will be there. Randy, you mentioned PayJunction will be there. What kind of things, because we want our audience to put PayJunction on the short list and come and see you. Tom, you mentioned, I believe, the ability to take a demo or demos there. What kind of things will they be able to see, and what are some of the takeaways from coming to see you?
So what we'll do on a demonstration is we'll show you the platform, show you how you can send invoices, send text messages, and take payment remotely. We'll show you the interface, how the reporting works. We'll show you how the compliance surcharging works. And most importantly, we can show you how the no-code payment integration works. So depending upon what dealer management software you're using, we have the ability to show you how our solution will interact with that DMS to not only, scrape the amount that you're trying to bill your customer, but also post back and reconcile the payment upon approval. So we'll give you live demonstrations of the platform. And look, if you have a bill, if you have a statement, whether it's saved on your phone or you print it out, bring it over. We'll take a look. We'll point out all of those, ways that we can reduce your costs. It's free. And, the team that we have there, we've got guys who have been doing this for 20 years. So they can dissect that bill in 5 minutes. So if you have a bill and a statement, bring it on over. If you don't, stop by. We'd love to show you a demonstration of how the product works.
Sarah, great explanation from Tom and Randy. A lot of reason, Sarah, to stop next week at NADA.
That's right, Ted and Randy Modos. Tom, Harnetiaux, thank you so much for being on the Fixed Ops Roundtable with us today and sharing all of this incredible information with Ted and I.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Everybody, NADA next week, visit with PayJunction. They're in the North Hall, booth 6444N. If you're not going, reach out on the web, PayJunction. You can look at the URL down below, .com, payjunction.com. Gentlemen, thank you for all you do for our industry, and a great honor to have you with us here today.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks, sir.
The team from PayJunction here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
At PayJunction, we believe you deserve the freedom to choose a better integrated payment processor, one that works seamlessly with your browser-based dealer management system, gives you access to smart surcharge, and simplifies reconciliation, so your team spends less time managing payments and more time selling and servicing vehicles. Meet PayJunction Smart Surcharge, an integrated, compliant surcharging solution built to help protect CSI scores without friction at the point of sale. For dealerships, that can mean savings of up to $130,000 annually per rooftop. With PayJunction, there's simple, effortless control. No separate portals, no extra logins, just powerful tools like text to pay, cards on file, and smart surcharge, all in one place. Plus, customized reporting that gives you clarity, not complexity. Payments shouldn't just work, they should come with a partner you can trust. We provide live US-based customer support, which can be reached in 60 seconds or less on average, free PCI tools, and have no exit fees or long-term contracts. Trusted by dealers who value transparency, flexibility, and control. Meet us at NADA 2026. Stop by our booth to speak with a payments specialist, see a live demo, win prizes, and enjoy free craft coffee. PayJunction, payment solutions designed for dealerships.
98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate. Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what True Video does.
Hey there, Rocket Man. Take a break from riding rings around Saturn to join us for our next segment from Jupiter Warranty.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Warranty has never been as important as it is today. With all of the technology and new things happening in fixed operations, want to welcome the team from Jupiter Warranty Management. Tyler Nathan, our great friend, is the Director of Marketing, back with us again. Andrea Howard, a specialist on the team handling Ford and Ford dealers. Tyler and Andrea, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Good to see you.
Tyler, great to see you both. In fact, if I can start with this, I know NADA is coming up. It's right around the corner. I can't believe we are at the end of January. It's next week in Las Vegas. Hopefully no snowstorms this year. And we're going to see you out there, Tyler. And you're going to have a big presence with Jupiter Warranty.
Absolutely, Ted. We're looking forward to it. We've got a great new show and a great new product that we're bringing out as well, or at least an enhancement to our current process, if you will.
Everybody, we'll talk about it a little bit later on in the show. But NADA booth number 7222N. That's where you will find Tyler Nathan and the team from Jupiter Warranty. Talk about your dealership, talk about your needs. I will be spending time with Tyler and the team there, and he'll be spending some time with myself and with Sarah as well. We'll be doing some interviews, and a great time to come and learn more about what Jupiter Warranty does for our industry. So with that, Tyler, I know you're going to be sharing some things with us today as well. There's been a lot of new developments in the way you're working with dealers, a lot of new enhancements. And I don't know if you want to help maybe get started with some of that as well.
Yeah, so Ted, we have a new system. We call it DICE. It stands for Dealer Interactive Claims Exceptions, with the key word there being exceptions. So basically, it allows us to be, we're lean in processing your claims, and any of the exceptions would be the things that we might need information on, or maybe need particular dealer attention on. We could put it in this DICE system, and it's a lot better way to communicate with the dealership. It allows it allows management at the dealership to oversee their store in a way they couldn't before, and it also gives that advantage to groups where they might have, multiple dealerships, and they're wondering, well, it's working pretty good at most of our stores, but maybe this one doesn't seem like, things are as efficient as possible. They can pop into DICE and actually see, what kinds of things are being held out and how fast they're, what their team's responding to and so forth. Yes. So it's very helpful information, especially in a group environment, and also, and even for a general manager, dealer, or service director.
Warranty is a huge chunk of income, Tyler, so I like that. Also, I think part of the secret recipe at Jupiter is the people, and it's a big part of the recipe. And you hire folks who are experienced, like Andrea, in retail and working with Warranty. So perhaps maybe you want to give her a much more formal introduction than I've done so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you know, Ted, we're big in the marketplace. If anybody goes on, Google or Bing, and you search for warranty administration or warranty claims processing, we pop right up at the top. And dealers find us that way. But you know what? Who finds us even more? Is skilled warranty administrators all over the country. We get over 1,000 resumes coming in every year, so it's like 3 or 4 a day. And we're able to hire the best in the country. Andrea is one of these. She's been with us for a time here, and she's got, over 10 years of experience with Ford, but many years more than that in other lines that she's done. She's a true expert in warranty administration,
and that's one of the reasons why we're having her come on and talk. And like I said, and the way that we manage our company, it's the, a lot of times dealerships will say, well, how many of these particular stores do you have of this particular OEM? And the reason that that's never an issue here is that each division is almost ran like a little separate company for each OEM. So we'll have a lead, and then we'll have our admins that specialize in that area. And so that's why we're experts in multiple OEMs, because we don't expect our people to be experts in more than one or maybe two if they're handling a second line. So,
Andrea, stranger to retail, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Tell us a little about your background and some of the things that you do now with Jupiter.
Sure. So, I've been in the automotive industry for about 25 years. I started at a dealership, pretty much right out of high school. In that time frame, it was a Chrysler, Subaru, Volkswagen, BMW franchise dealer, family owned. Again, very young, very green, started out doing cashiering, title work, and then found myself learning the warranty end of things. It's very niche-y, and I loved it. And from there, I learned, those brands of OEMs, going through the dealership world, of course, being immersed in the service department, you learn all the, fixed stop areas there, parts, service. I worked with the controller. I did a little bit of accounts payable, accounts receivable, really learned a lot in those first 15 years of my dealership world. And as sometimes happens with family-owned dealerships, it was sold. And so my career moved forward in a way that I found myself at a Ford and Kia, actually, dealership. So from there, learning those brands. And again, as things tend to evolve, more and more dealerships are looking to the outsourcing of warranty administration, rather than keeping it in-house. And through a couple different steps, I found myself here. And what a wonderful adventure it's been. And the keynote about what I'm doing now is I'm working with an incredibly talented group of Ford warranty administration. You learn so much from what these other groups of people have done, what they've seen, their expertise. You take everybody's years of expertise together, and what a learning experience it's been. You're never alone. You're never without an answer. We have this wonderful, knowledgeable group of people. What one person might not know, somebody else is going to have the answer to. And it's quite fantastic.
That dealership warranty administrator, that role continues to change. That's a very tough role. As you know, a lot of times those folks get tasked with other responsibilities, right, along the way. So they're not just doing warranty, but as you mentioned, also communication is so important.
Yes.
You're communicating with dispatching, techs, service advisors, you name it. Okay, there's so many folks involved, and there's really no substitute for that experience. But as I said, that role is changing, and we see more and more dealers starting to, think, well, you know what, maybe we should start to consider something like this. And then all of a sudden it seems to happen, and they call Tyler at Jupiter Warranty.
That's right. Yeah. One of the things, Andrea brings to the table, and so many other of our admins, is I always like to think of it as RI. We hear all this stuff about AI, artificial intelligence. I prefer RI much better. That's real intelligence.
Okay. Yes. Well, it takes, let's face it, it takes a human being. There are some big items in warranty, okay, that, need a human touch, right? And, while we've certainly been fascinated with AI, and a lot of us, are using it now in different parts of, let's say, searching and so on the internet, this is a huge part of the income for the dealer, Tyler. And it takes skilled people to really know the ins and outs.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be the reason that, a lot of, you have to take a look at how much money you have coming through your service department that is affected by warranty. So most dealerships, it runs somewhere between, on the light side, it's 30% of your income, from service. On the heavy side, it's maybe 70% of your income. It just really depends on the manufacturer. And so when you're talking about that kind of revenue, something that hopefully is 100% of your service absorption for your dealership, right? So that is a lot of money. It'd be no different than if you were to hire a computer program to handle all your financials. I mean, you're not going to do that. You're going to need a professional who's on the side of looking out for your best interest. And so that's one of the things that we really bring to the table, is by having expert folks like Andrea who are skilled in these particular lines and studying and sharing with the rest of the team. We're able to maximize the claim value and also follow all the different requirements by the OEM. There are so many times that maybe the dealership's doing pretty good collecting money, but then they get in a lot of trouble with audits as well. So that's a challenge.
Andrea, that's a good point. It seems right now, Tyler mentioned that A word, okay, audits. It seems that they are a lot more focused on audits. It seems with all the inflationary things that have happened, with labor rates increasing, warranty rates, parts and labor, there's a lot more focus on this warranty chunk. I'm part of the manufacturer, and I imagine you probably see trends out there that would help the dealers that you work with.
Absolutely. That's an excellent point. And I myself have experience. This is a very real question for me. I myself have had a few stores that have gone through audits in the very recent past for a variety of issues. And it is pivotal that us and our roles stay very astute to, the warranty landscape is constantly changing and evolving. The policies and the procedures, again, constantly changing and evolving. And it's pivotal. And one thing that we're able to really bring to the table for these dealers is educating them and communicating with them all the time about all the necessary changes that they need to be aware of when it comes to, okay, your dealer profitability is being affected by this. We want to make sure these things are done and those things are done and these things are built and whatnot. All the requirements that Ford requires, but additionally knowing that in an audit situation, these are going to be heavily scrutinized. And though you might get paid for it today, they will possibly take it away tomorrow. And that's one thing that I've been working very heavily with my stores, especially over the last year, because I feel that there was a bit of a calm there for a few years. Maybe audits weren't quite as prominent, but they've really brought it back. And what I've been, again, heavy communication, heavy education on these are all the things that is, pivotally required of you as a dealership. And I have a wonderful relationship with my individual stores, and they've been very receptive to all of my feedback.
Tyler, it sounds, Andrea said it best, she has a relationship with those dealerships. I would think that's also part of the secret sauce, having that relationship of a person, of the real intelligence, if you will.
Absolutely, Ted. Yeah, it's so many times we'll have a dealership that, maybe a service director who moves to a new dealership, and they'll call us up and they'll say, I want to come back, but I definitely need my warranty admin that I'm used to working with. We love to hear that, because it just tells us how well our employees are doing and the relationships that they have with their customers. And it's really a working team. Yeah.
If I may, Tyler, do your people like Andrea, who's with us here today, do they handle specifically one, for example, Ford? Okay. Is Andrea somebody who would handle just Ford, or are they tasked with other franchises depending on their knowledge as well?
Yeah, in most of the cases, they do a single line, because we believe in loading up folks with a complete, as much as possible with the line that they have. In some cases, they'll learn another line, or they already came to us knowing another line, and we'll bring them enough volume that they can be experts at both. But we don't have any jacks of all trades. All of our folks here are experts in the lines. It's kind of like a language. Some people can, most of us are good at a single language, but some people can learn two languages fluently, it's very rare to find somebody who can do, 3 or 4 languages and do them fluently. And it's very similar to that with warranty, because what happens is, and I can speak, I myself was a Ford administrator at one point, and what happens is you end up kind of translating things in your mind. So instead of, what like Ford has customer concern codes and condition codes, and other manufacturers maybe call them fault codes. And you have a tendency to think in a Ford manner, or I do anyway, and then other people think in a Toyota manner if that's what they learned on, or that's what they do the most of. And so generally what we try to do is keep it to a limited amount, load people up with that, and then we have now 200 employees, so it gives us the capability to really move work around and make sure that folks are so we've got plenty of people in each of the divisions.
Your company's growing, Tyler. Congratulations on all the success that you're having in the industry. And, as our industry becomes more complex, and again, there's more focus now, Andrea, on fixed operations, right? Everyone's focused now on fixed, all right? And making sure that we're capturing every dollar. There's got to be a lot of complexity in warranties, staying on top of, all the changes. It's got to be every day. Okay, things are being changed. You got to be aware of what's acceptable, what's not. And also keeping the dealer compliant, not just now, but so that they don't repeat the same mistake that they did, in the past. What do you say?
It is a delicate balance. It is an incredible challenge for us administrators, definitely keeping on tabs of all the changes. And as you pointed out, they can be daily. What was true yesterday might not be true today. So one of the things that we do as administrators here is, we take the time to read all the newest, literature and postings and everything that's changing day to day. We absolutely have to stay on top of that, and consequently make sure that our stores are informed of that as well. And I think that that's something that we do incredibly well, in making sure that at the same time you're staying compliant, you're in compliancy with Ford. Nobody wants that audit coming to their doorstep. And that is a big focus that we spend a lot of time concentrating on here.
Wow. And Tyler, it speaks volumes, meaning Andrea. We've had some folks with Jupiter who represent other franchises as well on the show. And your people are very knowledgeable, and they're very retail. And, that says a lot. I would imagine that's exactly what the dealer needs. They need somebody who, knows that franchise, who knows what to look for, know what other dealers are experiencing. Also, you got to be quick, right? These, there's a sense of urgency on getting these filings in. That's a lot of money for these dealers.
Yeah, we find that there's very few people at our company that have not worked, and none of them are admins who have not worked at a dealership. When you try to train somebody into that position, it's really hard for them to really understand what the dealerships, what working in a dealership is like. So it's almost like a prerequisite to have that challenge and that lifestyle, and really learn what dealers need. And especially when it comes to month end and payroll, all the things that warranty is tangled up with, it's important that they understand that when we hire them.
You mentioned earlier in our broadcast that you've got a couple new things for Jupiter. I know you're going to be talking about this and showing this at NADA. Anything you could show us now on some of the things that you've been working on that you could share with the audience here before we come and see you next week in Las Vegas?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to show you a few screens from DICE, our dealer interactive claim exceptions system that we talked about. So what this is going to do is, like I said, revolutionizes and changes the communication that we have with the dealership and streamlines it. So if you want to go to the next slide there, Ted, one of the things that we'll be doing instead, we're still going to use email to alert management of updates to the system. So this is a sample email of just updates have been done to DICE, and there's a link there. And one of the things about our setup is that we're making it easy. It's not going to be one of those things where you have to, not only remember your password every time, but you also have to have it call your phone and all that sort of thing. It's going to be very quick. You can keep it in the browser so that you can log back in. The user can get in multiple times during the day without having to put in a login and password. So very quick and easy. Go ahead and go to that next screen.
Dealership interactive claims exceptions. Also, a question I have, is this real time for the dealer where they can see a lot of these things, that are happening right now?
That's the best part. If Andrea posts something in there, it'll immediately pop up on the screen for the dealer. And if the dealer responds, it'll immediately move it on Andrea's screen too, if she was the admin.
So Andrea, if I'm the dealer, or let's say a general manager, or maybe even more appropriately a service manager or fixed ops director, I can log into Dice and I can see where we are at right now and see if there's any bottlenecks in the system, if things have been pending for a while. Is that right?
That's right, Ted. It's real time, it's real world. It's constantly updating as we're working things. So this is a great tool for keeping any and all things that are going on right now that absolutely need attended to in one spot. It's fantastic.
Yep.
And this screen that you're looking at here, you'll notice some of it's in bright red.
Yes.
Because that means it's dated. So and it's based on the OEM. Some OEMs care about when the RO was opened. Some care about the last technician punch date. Some care about possibly when it was submitted. And so whatever date is important for that OEM is what we base that the warning colors on. So this dealership could come in here and say, wow, we've got 4 tickets here that are aged. We need to jump on them right away.
That makes a lot of sense. And this is clear and it's concise. And what are we tracking here? Oh, these are pending admin review.
Well, once you respond to the previous list that we saw there, it immediately moves it here to pending admin review. That means now whatever Andrea was requesting, let's say, has been provided, and now she can she'll take care of it. But the dealer will know that, we can see that we responded to it and it's waiting on Andrea. Then once she receives it and submits it, it'll move it to the submitted area there, and you can see in this case there isn't anything in either of those sections. But then you can go to that final section there as well on the next screen there. And this is basically just showing approved adjustments. So one of the other things that we use it for is that the dealerships, we have people that back Andrea up. We have a posting person, and we also have somebody who does schedules and statements. And the schedules and statements person reconciles and takes a lot of pressure off of our admins so that they can process more claims. And in doing so, they're the ones who are doing a lot of the research as to why did something pay differently than the way it was closed. So if the dealer was expecting $500 and only $480 paid, somebody needs to look into that $20 and find out what's going on with it. We'll have our schedules and statements person do that, and then they'll get Andrea involved if it's something that is like maybe didn't pay properly, like maybe there's a labor op that didn't pay, or maybe there's parts that didn't pay. Then the warranty admin would get involved. But otherwise, they can create a JV report and help the dealerships adjust that. And our posting person can even make those adjustments for the dealer. But this is how, let's say the dealer has given us a $50 limit, where anything under $50, we can go ahead and research it, make a decision and adjust it. Then we wouldn't put it on here. But if you'll notice all these total amounts are $50 or more.
Yes.
So let's say, all of these adjustments require approval. Well, we would put it in Dice, and then the service manager goes in, looks at it, reviews it, and says, yeah, I get it. We messed up. We had it in our system at customer pay rates, and really it's warranty. So we were paid fully, but there's an adjustment that needs to occur. And so they would go ahead and approve the adjustment, and then we would go ahead and make the adjustment for them and clear it out of their books. And it tracks. The nice thing about all of this is that there's a history that stores with the claim, and you can and that'll be the next screen we go into, is kind of a detail of a claim.
Tyler, is this ready to go now, or is this something that's coming?
Oh yeah. We're all new accounts are being set up on this, and we're training. We're moving all of our existing accounts to it. With over 530 dealerships, we're
sure.
It's going to take us a little bit of time, maybe a quarter, to get everybody rolled onto it. But we're busily rolling out this to all of our stores.
So when I come to see you at NADA next week in Las Vegas, is this something that you'll be able to actually show me and demo and take me through?
Yes, sir. We'll have it ready to go, and we can show you. We're of course using some sample data here, and that's what we have. I have a sample account that has some stuff we can play around with. Absolutely.
I like it. This looks really good. And here's your RO, and the RO is closed. And
now this screen too, you can see it's easy for the dealer to scan us items, maybe from their phone or from their computer. So let's say that we need a document, like a one-off document, like a sublet bill or something. They can
drag and drop, put it right in. Yeah.
You got it. Yep.
And this would be uploaded, and then Andrea can, we'll pick it up from there.
Yes. We're all about making it simple.
I like it.
And this is the team we were talking about. So every dealership gets a team with us. So you could say that, the person in the bottom left-hand corner would be similar to myself, maybe the representative who's going to come out and get you set up. That'd be your service consultant. Then your warranty admin would be like Andrea, or maybe the gal in the top left corner, your posting person in the far right corner there, and then your schedules and statements person in the bottom right-hand corner. And so you're going to have this team, a team like this anyway, that's working for you and helping you get your claims paid.
Tyler, this is great. This is very, very well done.
And this just shows JVs, journal, where we give you more control over what's going on with your adjustments than you do in-house. Most of the time, dealerships will just have, the warranty admin make the adjustment, or maybe the admin has to turn something into the office. Well, we can make the adjustments for you, and it's easily auditable because you've got, we have a user logged into the DMS, and it's easily tracked what we've adjusted. And then at the same time, we provide a report like this of every adjustment we've made. And you can see it's true accounting. You've got on the far left, that's the controller, the RO number. Then it's got the account number, the debit amount, the reason. And then you've got, again, the control number. That's the same RO number, but then you have a different account that you're crediting. So it's true accounting. You've got a debit on the left, a credit on the right. And so we provide you a nice detailed report when we're making the adjustments.
And this is something that, as you said, is available now.
Yes, and this actual report, that's been used for many years. But the difference is now, before we would reach out with an email asking for approval to make an adjustment that was over our threshold and put it on that report. Now we'll put it in DICE, so it's much more efficient and smoother now.
I got to ask you a question that's been on my mind. Did you call it DICE because we're going to Las Vegas next week?
You got to roll the dice. That's right.
I think you're not. Again, it's a pretty sure bet. Okay, so it's a.
Yes, that's right.
It's a smart move.
This one.
I like it. Beyond warranty administration. That really says it best. So congratulations to you on that. I like it. Very well done. Andrea, any last thoughts before we turn it over to Tyler here to close us out?
Well, I'll just say that, working at TVF has been the best experience of my entire dealership career. It's a real team effort here from, all the way around. Every department works seamlessly together. It's still very much the dealership experience. I'm just doing it remotely for my stores. I'm very immersed in their day-to-day goings on. So I still get that, dealership touch. But here in this universe, we are just a very seamless, streamlined running company. And I love it. It's a good all around effort.
Well done.
Yeah.
Tyler, thank you for bringing Andrea Howard on the show today.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I must say that I have to give some credit there to Kristen Toon. One of these days, I hope to get her on here with you, Ted. But
I hear all about you. Never bring Kristen on, but I hear the clients talk about Kristen. So
she's wonderful. She's wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's been instrumental in, of course, setting up all those great relationships with all of our admins. And that is one of the main things is that it's a great, happy work environment, and we have and that's one of the reasons that we're able to not only get but retain the best talent in the industry.
So who's coming to NADA next week? Who are we going to see?
Well, you're going to see myself, Jerry, Nicole from our marketing department, and possibly another gentleman.
All right. We're looking forward to it. Everybody, Jupiter Warranty next week at the NADA show in Las Vegas this year. Good weather is promised, I understand. NADA booth number 7222. Easy to remember that. And in the North Hall, you'll see myself and Sarah Van Tyne will be visiting with Tyler Nathan and the team. And Tyler, congratulations again, and continued success to you. And can't wait to see what you have next at the Jupiter Warranty.
Thanks, Ted.
All right, Andrea, great meeting you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. It was my pleasure.
Everybody, Andrea Howard and Tyler Nathan from Jupiter Warranty here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
For most dealerships, warranty administration is one of the least satisfying segments of their business. It is difficult to staff, claims expire quickly, losses are common, and there is an even greater risk of audit liability than with the IRS. Luckily, TBF Jupiter Warranty Management is here to help you improve claim quality, accelerate cash flow, increase revenue, reduce audit liability, and simplify operations with seamless integration. Much like the IRS, each manufacturer has created its own complex system for warranty administration. TBF Jupiter Management starts by requesting volume information from the dealer. This is so we can ensure that you will receive an OEM-specific warranty administration expert. Next, a consultant will visit your dealership to conduct on-site documentation training with your entire service team. Once administration begins, our assigned admins log directly into your DMS system to work on open but completed warranty repair orders. When the RO pays on the next statement, our posting team posts the revenue directly into the dealer's accounting, leaving differences on the schedule for review. And you will never have to ask us about an age discrepancy because our statements team reviews your warranty schedule each month and creates a status report of all aged balances. These overlapping teams make our service the best in the industry. Our dealers have a personal relationship with their assigned admins, and those admins get support from our entire team. That support allows our admins to process more claims than other systems and improve their efficiency. Since we collect more, improve claim quality, and cost less, the real question is, why would you do anything else? To learn more and receive a personalized quote, please visit our website and complete the online contact form at warrantymanaged.com.
Go your own way and grow your own technicians in our next panel filmed live at our LITHIA Suburban Collection pop-up event.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Bella Smiley, joined here with
Isabella Stevens, and we are so excited to be here in Troy, Michigan with the one and onlys Dane Taylor and Sean Leline. Will you guys go around and kind of tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Dane Taylor. I'm the regional operations trainer here for Lithia Motors for the central region and for the Northeast. So I do all of our sales training, our service advisor training, essentially everyone in a customer facing role with the exception of the parts counter. I make sure they understand how to take care of our customers.
Great. Sean Leline, general manager, Suburban Mazda of Troy. So my background's a little bit more unique than most. I came out of Fixed Ops. So I started as a service manager here 18 years ago with Suburban, now Lithia, and worked my way up through service director, regional fixed operations director, and now general manager of Reynolds.
That's amazing. And you're both here to tell us about your technical school partnerships, growing your own technicians. Amazing.
That is absolutely amazing. So how did this partnership with the technical school initially begin?
A lot of it's just reaching out to the schools, or the schools will reach out to us. So one of my favorites is a local high school program. It's Oakland Schools Technical Campuses in Oakland County, Michigan. So there's about 5-6 campuses locally in Oakland County. And it's just high school students that go to high school. They're juniors and seniors in high school. And what they do is they go to school for normal traditional high school for half a day. And then they go to a technical school where they're learning automotive, collision, culinary and such, heating and cooling. So we pulled some students out of there. It's a great program, great instructors.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's such great, like, real life experience that these high schoolers are getting to work with. Now, Dane, can you tell us about the primary mission?
Well, you know, in the industry, as everyone knows, there's a shortage of technicians. You know, kids don't grow up, you know, wrenching on cars in the garage with dad anymore like they used to, and really you can't with the technology that's in these vehicles today. So, you know, for us, it's a great way to source, the future and who's going to be in our shop and the technicians that we have. And it's a great program because they get a mentor and they get to learn, real world experience. And we help them out every way we can with, paying for tools and we do a lot of different things. But for us, I mean, it's a great way to source, have a nice pipeline of people coming through our shops. So
yeah, that's great. And do you know the average amount of people that are going through these technical schools and actually ending up with these dealerships right outside of high school?
I'd lean on Sean for that.
I don't have exact numbers, but I mean, there's a lot of kids that go over these programs. And then the local college program, community college programs too. So we have a lot of those students that are in our dealerships. With having 30, 35 dealerships in Michigan, we get to pull a lot of those students out and into our stores. And a lot of those programs, we start them as oil change technicians, either it's still in high school, part-time. And then after high school, it's a great program where, I mean, I pulled a student out of when I was in the store as a service director. We had a great student. We did tours of the dealership for all the classes, and it was fantastic. So, and we didn't just showcase the fixed operations side of it. We showcased the county, sales,
the whole dealership,
because there's a lot of job opportunities at a dealership. People really know what. This student, he started as a loop tech, Zach. He's still at our Chrysler store in Farmington. Graduated high school. He came to me. He goes, "Hey, I want to be an apprentice tech." All right, I go, "I need 2 days." And he go 2 days later, he was an apprentice with 2 master technicians. 9 months later, he goes, "I want to go on my own, a flat rate."
That's amazing.
And this first week, he turned 60 flat rate hours, and he has.
Wow, that's an incredible opportunity, especially for straight out of high school.
Yeah, I know you both kind of touched on that hands-on learning experience at such a young age when initially you wouldn't touch a vehicle until you're into that specialty school. So being able to get those hands-on experience with how you talked about the partnership and then how you, Dane, kind of touched on the processes with everything.
Yeah.
How is this initiative building the next generation of automotive professionals in the industry?
Well, it's like you said, it's the real world experience. It's the hands-on. I mean, you can learn a lot in the classroom. You can learn a lot from watching videos online, but like to be in a shop, to work on a real customer's car, to be able to diagnose and do multi-point inspections and be able to identify what common, issues are on certain makes and models. And it just gives you that real world, experience. And I think that's the most important thing, is that it's actual hands-on apprenticeship learning, and there's incentive for our existing techs to mentor somebody, and help develop the future of the industry in our shops. I just think it's great.
Right. What I think a lot of these students don't realize is how much they can grow in the industry and how much they can make.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, a technician can make a lot of money, which is fantastic, right? I mean, this stigmatism, the technician is like always getting his hands dirty. I mean, most of my techs now, their hands are cleaner than mine sometimes. So it's just like, no, they're working on, they need to go electrical, drivability. There's so much technology in these vehicles. So, how do you, it's a lot of that you can learn in the classroom, but you have to learn hands-on.
Yeah.
Because every situation's different.
Absolutely. And I've worked previously with automotive professionals, people in high school that are interested in the automotive industry when they go to full tank at Northwood University.
Yep.
And the biggest thing that we've noticed too is that they just don't really know what's happening. They don't know all the different aspects, all the different sides of automotive.
Where do you begin?
Yes,
Right,
and they
yeah.
have like this
I
very fixed
agree.
mindset on
We
what
see that,
technicians.
yes. I think with the students that even come through the auto show being at Northwood, you see it so clearly is they're so interested, but it's that initial starting point of where do I start? How do I get going with this process?
And in today's day and age, we can't wait for them to come to us.
Yeah.
Right? Like we have to actively be going and engaging and trying to source, these people that show an interest in it. And, if we can get them, when they're in those developmental years and they don't have a career set up yet that they're coming from, and, we can start them off on the right path with the right people, with the right tools, and that's where the success of it all comes from. Right.
Amazing. Now, Sean, you touched on Zach's story a little bit earlier, but do you have any other success stories that stand out to you?
Yeah, actually, at Third Mouse's store, we had Noah. He actually went to another local community college, just graduated. We've hired him at Erik And he went through, so we have a little process with RCR. Just, okay, we're going to start turning the lube rack for a few months. You get your with it nice retention. And he's doing really well right now. So it's just, he's 22.
Yeah.
So he's he's got a good start to his career path. And I always ask my service managers too, is like, hey, you need to meet with them monthly, get a game plan. Hey, this is what we're going to work on. So they know, right?
Yeah.
They want a career, everyone wants a career path, of course.
Absolutely.
So in technicians, especially
Absolutely.
they want a career path.
Absolutely. Dane, have you seen any success stories kind of come out of the parts area with the parts counter, the parts department, everything, the way that even correlates to the technicians themselves?
Well, without parts, there is no service.
Correct.
The biggest customer that the parts department has is our service department. So, it's all a partnership. It's all, it's like the gears of a watch. If one gear stops working, nobody knows what time it is. So, I can't speak myself to any specifics of, individual success stories, but there's nothing but growth opportunities in our dealership. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, I can tell you how many people that started off detailing cars or on a lube rack that are now, service managers, service directors, shop foremen, and our mission statement here at Lithia is growth powered by people. So It's all about growing from within. Don't get me wrong, there's times we have to bring in people from the outside, but where we see the most success, where we see the most retention, is growing our own people. And if you're a technician, there's no salary cap. It's not like,
Yeah, it's just the hours that you churn. Yeah.
You can make as much
Yes.
money as you want,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. It's, you don't need to have a 4-year degree and all this stuff, which is great, but it's not a requirement. And you can make more money and live next to doctors and lawyers without going to the 10 years of school that they went to.
Right.
So.
It's amazing.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming in and speaking with us. And we're just so lucky to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
The insight and the value that you bring to the industry is so helpful to students like Isabel and I over at Northwood University, and just to everybody in the industry as well. So thank you both so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you to our viewers. We will see you next time for the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This speaker is the piano man with the car keys to prove it. It's Wade Hillburn.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have the KarKey panel, and I'm really excited about what we're going to unpack today.
Sarah, you're so right. Amazing technology happening right now in this space. KarKey USA. Wade Hillburn is the president of KarKey. Wade, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Sarah. Thank you, Ted.
We've heard so much about KarKey, Sarah. And Sarah, it's especially top of mind with all the things happening in fixed operations in our industry right now.
It so is, Ted and Wade. It was really incredible to learn more about what you do. But for our audience today, just to kick things off, Just give us a little bit of a description. What is KarKey, and how did you get started?
So we got started from years of doing business with the manufacturers on the supply side, service strategies, long-term sustainability. KarKey was designed specifically to be an IT solution that gives the dealership opportunities to access a parts supply that's been around since the automobile, by OE number and VIN.
It's really incredible, Ted. And one of the things, Wade, that I was really impressed with, so is the parts that you're sourcing. This is, again, as Ted said, it's really top of mind in our dealership today, especially as more and more cars. Ted, I think we're at 12.8 years now as the average age of vehicles on the road.
Age
And
of the vehicles is getting longer, and prices of new cars don't seem to be coming down, Sarah.
that's so true, Ted. And Wade, there's a lot of challenges right now in supply chain. There's especially with used car inventory. And the question, I've had, which I learned about from y'all. Do y'all have OEM parts when it comes to the parts that you are sourcing for these dealerships?
Absolutely. It's an experienced OEM part, recycled OEM part, checked for form, fit, and function, packaged properly to be delivered to perform with no diminished expectations.
Wade, give us a little more background on that. Give us a little bit more color. How did we get here? And how in particular, you mentioned earlier your background, but how did we get to KarKey and how did all this come about?
So it's interesting. KarKey was born out of necessity, right? The whole world tried to transition to EV, or the manufacturers did at least. Sustainability strategies have been around for a long time that involved recycling and remanufacturing, mostly for big powertrain components. So most people are relatively familiar with that. However, whenever they transitioned to EV and tier ones transitioned with them, a lot of the small parts are the parts that historically weren't sourced or weren't actually available or visible to a OE dealer had become almost non-existent. And with the partnering with one of the OE manufacturers, they wanted to give their dealers an opportunity to say yes to the customer. And so they looked at it and they said, well, that is an OEM part. Yes, it is recycled, but it gives us an opportunity to give our customer an opportunity to get their customer back on the road. And when offered the solution, it was a 90+% acceptance ratio.
Wow.
And the customer was really excited to actually get back on the road. We all know we use our vehicles to make money, and driving for a living has never been more prevalent than it is today. And so people need options. They need opportunities to save money if that's available. But more than anything, they just need their vehicle back so they can start utilizing it to generate revenue for themselves.
Wade, I had an experience where I wish KarKey had existed in my knowledge back when I had a vehicle several years ago, an SUV. There was this super small component that I could not find anywhere. And even with the OEM, we had one of the brands, that this vehicle was, and the OEM couldn't source it. It was something that it was just, you had to get some huge, assembly or something else with it. And it was just this tiny little component that was all that was needed. And the technician is like, yeah, this is it's like a $100 part. Maybe you don't need to be spending, this entire operation doing something with the engine. But that's the reality sometimes today with some of these vehicles, Wade. We're seeing that, dealers are kind of in this pickle where they're trying to figure out, could I do right by the customer? The customer doesn't want to order this part, but it's essential for the vehicle to pass, emissions inspections or other things where they're at. And this really solves that solution for dealerships.
It does. And you highlighted something. A big portion of what we actually offer is complex electrical. And when you're looking for backward compatibility, a lot of times that doesn't exist, right? Or it's not available. Tier ones disappeared. And what aftermarket's finding is it's very hard to actually reverse engineer a piece of electronics that interacts with another 150 individual components on the vehicle. And so what they're finding is it's very difficult and the warranty rates are too high because it's too complex. But when you can actually access the original component, yes, it is recycled, and be able to bring that back and utilize that on your vehicle, it's going to perform like it did day one, and the customer is going to be satisfied and down the road. But to your point, a lot of times components are sold as assemblies when you really just need a part. And that was kind of what hamstringed the recycler for many, many years, was their systems and their yard managements and all the different things that were associated with recycles sold parts as an assembly when you really just want a part. And so KarKey was designed to give you that same level of access as a dealer by OE number and VIN to actually source the component that you need, not necessarily the assembly that you don't want.
Wade, you've mentioned a couple times now recyclers. About how many recyclers are there?
Well, depends on how you calculate recycling, but if there's probably around 9,000 recycling, that's everything from end of life to scrap metal to self-service. But generally speaking, when you're talking about full service yards or really the more sophisticated facilities that are able to comply with these types of part searches, you're looking at between 500 and 1,000.
Okay. And I'm curious, so for my edification and for the audience, how does using a recycled part work? Can you take us through that?
Using recycled parts no different than using a new part, right? One's used and one's new. They're going to perform exactly the same. They're checked for form, fit, and function. A lot of times in certain scenarios where we know we have frequent flyers, parts that are repetitive, the demand is greater, then we harvest those parts in advance of the need. We put them through a reconditioning process that you buy it out of a box, so every part's always the same. We always say we service the customer in the now and the near. The now is I have a customer in my bay that needs a part today to get out of the bay and get on the road. And so we get a lot of independent requests that are just one-offs, one at a time. But the near is we know that there's going to be a need, it's in advance, and we pre-position those parts to be able to service in a more timely fashion. So we try to be in touch and tune with the market. Like I say, we have relationships with the manufacturer, so we tend to have really good info.
And Wade, the other piece I was really interested to learn about was really the quality of these parts. And it makes sense because Ted and I are hearing, from the collision side of the equation in automotive, there's so many vehicles that are getting total loss today where the insurance company is deciding that this is a total loss vehicle, but really the vehicle itself isn't that damaged when it comes to a lot of the components within it. It's actually, just one or two pieces, depending on how it was totaled out. But then the rest of that vehicle is completely fine. So how do you handle the warranty component of this? Because I'm sure, our listeners that are listening today are curious about that component as well.
So not all parts would qualify to service a customer at the dealership, but there is a significant amount of components that are, right, low mileage, relatively new components, right, form, fit, and function. They'll perform like they're supposed to. Because we don't want to differentiate from the OE, we don't want to have to give different warranties. We give a like and kind warranty that follows the OE. It's nationwide, so you don't have to chase someone down. You just come talk to us and we'll take care of it. So we try to bring operational sameness to an industry that may or may not have had that in the past, but to a customer who requires that, to be satisfied, right? Consumers are instant gratification. They want something and they want it now, and it's got to be right. So KarKey was designed to decrease the complexity of trying to actually source that, where you have to break out your interpersonal communications to describe what you want, and they describe it back to you. You go online, You simply plug all the information in like you would any of your parts locators by OE number and VIN, and you're able to communicate real-time details that can be applied to the now and the near. What situation you're in, how urgent is a component, what do we need to do to be able to service that customer? Because if we all put the customer first, I can assure you we will never go wrong.
This is all about putting the customer first, Wade. And, right now in our industry, simple things, even like an oil change, people are waiting for up to several weeks to get into a dealership. I can't imagine, once the vehicle's in the shop. I know Sarah has lived through that several times in the not too distant past. Walk us through that again, Wade. How do you specify parts on KarKey? Take us through that. How does somebody get online and find a lot of this information?
So you simply go to KarKeyUSA.com.
Okay.
You click request a log on. It'll give you highlights where you need to actually go and sign up. That'll prompt us on our side. We typically like to do business specifically with the OE or with the dealership. So it's not open to the public.
Right.
And so they'll approve it on our end, and you'll get your login credentials, and then you'll be able to log in and start identifying opportunities for you to help your customer.
And I know logistics are going to enter into the equation, Wade, right? Getting the part from A to B. Take us through that. How does that work? And talk to us about shipping. And is that included in the process as well?
Absolutely. So KarKey is designed to be interactive, so we can talk to each other, to make sure that we can ensure that if there's anything specific, any time restrictions, something that's unique to whatever situation you're trying to service. So in the pricing of the product, the freight is actually included. There may be some scenarios where that might change depending on the size and scale of the part. If you're ordering a fuel tank, there can be some anomalies, but for the most part, you're going to find that it's all included in the price. When you're looking for a part that's actually still on a vehicle and that has to be removed, there is a time delay between when you order it and when you should expect it. It can be up to 72 hours. Some of the parts that have already been staged that in advance of the requirement, they can be shipped same day. So it depends on where the component part resides. We try to communicate specifically when you should expect the part. That way it gives you an opportunity to schedule all your work.
Well, wait, that's incredible. I mean, even talking, 72 hours to same day, we're seeing dealerships that in some cases, those parts, they're waiting on, the availability, in some cases up to a year for some of the parts on vehicles today. And it's in a, increasing problem, with customers that are wanting to hold on to, a pre-owned vehicle, or maybe they purchased a pre-owned vehicle from an OE, but that OE is not the same brand as the pre-owned car that they purchased it. So Wade, what I'm hearing is that, if you're, for example, a Ford dealer, you have a pre-owned, another make in your inventory, you can find parts for your inventory cars. And on top of that, have the fact that warranty with those part components that might be needed in that reconditioning process.
Absolutely. KarKey's all makes, all models, right? And put yourself in the customer's shoes. If you're waiting for a year, what's the odds that you're going to buy that brand again? Pretty slim, not too good, right? But KarKey, a lot of times, and when you're looking to service a customer, a lot of parts historically haven't been available as a recycle part option, especially when it comes to interior components. So used car refurbishing is the deal of the day, right? Everybody knows and loves the used car market, and being able to access a lot of components that historically you might not, what you just described. Maybe there's not an interior piece that's made, and the aftermarket is just not acceptable. It's going to give you the ability to access, interior trim pieces or things that you may not have ever thought were something that you would look for in this venue.
And Wade, the retail dealer's ability to recondition that vehicle, in a short amount of time has never been more important than I see right now. The industry has really awakened to the fact that we can acquire vehicles on our own service drive and take them in through trade-ins, but to get that vehicle frontline ready and to get the decision on the vehicle and then get the parts, those are the first two steps in the process. And like we were saying in the green room, if some dealers have hundreds or thousands of vehicles that they're reconditioning, that just gets magnified even that much more.
Oh, it's amplified to the point of, right, there's a lot of revenue tied up there. And you might be looking for something as simple as a headrest, or you might be looking for something as simple as a seat track or a wiring harness for a seat. Those are the type of opportunities that KarKey, we're not going to say that we can wave our magic wand and fix every problem that you have. We're simply saying it's an opportunity for you to access things that you may have not been able to access, which ultimately generates more revenue for the dealership, which ultimately services and satisfies the customer.
The timing is right. Wade Hillburn is the president of a company called KarKey USA. You see their information scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Sarah, this is new and timely and something long overdue in our industry too, Sarah.
It is, Ted, and Wade, what you're bringing to the marketplace is so needed. That trust, that again, the warranty, all of those pieces to allow dealers to really serve their customers. This is cutting edge.
We appreciate the opportunity. We know that the dealers are on the front line, and you're making promises, and we want to do everything we can to help you uphold that. Customers for life. I guess that should all be our goal.
I love it. So Wade, if our audience watching here today wants to reach out and get more information or maybe have some specific questions answered on their circumstances and situation, Wade, what's the best way for them to reach out? How do they do that? What do you recommend?
I'd recommend that they go to info@KarKey, KarKeyUSA.com, and we'll be more than happy to get back to them in a timely manner. And we appreciate the opportunity. We want to hear feedback from our customers, good and bad. When we get bad, we know it's an opportunity for us to improve. And so we don't frown upon that. And we appreciate everything. And thank you for taking the time to allow us this platform to visit.
Everyone, you can see the URL at the bottom of the screen, KarKey with a K, KarKeyUSA.com. Wade, there's also an 877, a toll-free number at the bottom of the screen as well. I guess they could reach out by phone as well.
Absolutely.
All right. Exciting times in our industry, Sarah, and KarKey is leading the way. And I look forward to hearing more from Wade and the folks at KarKey and some of the dealers that are utilizing this over the next few months and into the next year, Sarah.
Absolutely, Ted. This is going to be so exciting to hear more from Wade and the KarKey team.
Everybody, Wade Hillburn, KarKey USA. You see the information at the bottom of the screen. Wade Hillburn, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much.
Announcing KarKey, an industry-exclusive e-commerce website. KarKey puts a vast inventory of OEM experience parts at your fingertips 24/7. Only automotive professionals who work at OEM dealerships, franchises, and independent repair facilities have digital self-serve access to these affordable and high-quality parts. KarKey helps you locate OEM experience parts quickly to get your customers back on the road fast. Plus, the KarKey site couldn't be more intuitive or easy to use. With KarKey, you now have a window into OEM experience parts that you were never able to access so quickly before. Instead of picking up the phone and making numerous calls to recycle parts companies describing the parts you need, everything is accessed through the KarKey website. Using the industry-exclusive KarKey, you can now source high-quality OEM experience parts quickly, at affordable prices, and with improved order accuracy to better serve your customers.
catch up on classic rock with Infomedia up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Thomas Bednarczyk is the VP of Dealer Sales at a company called Infomedia. They're all over fixed operations. They're worldwide. They are big here with dealers in the United States. A lot of amazing solutions. Thomas, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. Last time we were together, we talked a little bit about the Microcat EPC solution. I know we're going to take it up a couple levels today and talk about some of the things that it does to help dealers. And I think the term, Thomas, is help becoming more efficient, help create efficiencies on the dealership side. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Ted. Yeah, so we've come out with our Microcat AI to create just those more efficiencies for the dealerships to be processing those large orders, whether they're mechanical or collision.
Now, I know a lot of our audience is familiar with Infomedia. By the way, we're going to see you next week at NADA in Las Vegas. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Look forward to meeting with you.
Yep. All right. We'll come back to that a little bit later in our segment today. But tell our audience a little bit about Infomedia as a company, what you do at Infomedia, and what some of the fixed operation solutions are.
Yeah, no problem at all, Ted. We are a global company. We're headquartered out of Australia. We have offices in Europe and offices in Atlanta. We have over 250,000 users that log into some version of our software on a daily basis. With Ford, we have over 90% of all the market share in the world. We do global work with Nissan and Infiniti. As far as my daily things that I do, I'm the VP of dealer sales here. I have a sales team that goes out and handles and gathers new customers, get new revenue in our doors. From there, I handle all the retention side of the business as well and renewals. We're just a big team, and we just have a lot of fun while we're doing it as well.
All right. Well, there we go. And, parts, and especially a lot of the efficiencies for parts departments has really risen to the top of the ecosystem. I'm seeing it happen before my eyes. And I want to come back to Microcat EPC because that's probably the most widely used solution in our industry. We mentioned the 250,000 global users you've got. Microcat APC is now AI involved. And tell us more about that. And what is the problem or solution that you're solving for dealerships?
Yeah, so when we talk to our dealers about building out the AI functionality, the one struggle that the dealers had was taking these large PDFs, images that they get from collision and mechanical shops, of getting them uploaded into Microcat EPC. So we've sat there and developed it. We're very VIN specific on that information from there. So we load estimates now in 30 seconds to a minute.
Wow. And you know what? This is one of the more common sense AI solutions for dealerships. There's a lot of things, I mentioned NADA, that are going to be out there next week, that some are not ready for retail, but this one creates those efficiencies right now. It's common sense for parts, locating parts, and it's available right now.
Yes, it's available for all of our Ford dealers out there that we have. We have several dealers that are using it that are absolutely enthralled with it. I've had a few dealers on a trial with it. They weren't like crazy about it. And then there was an error on an order that one of their counter guys did. And he goes, I just threw it into your Microcat AI and it just crunched out the order in 30 seconds. And he called me up about 5 minutes after that and says, hey, sign me up, I'm in.
Well, there you go. All right. Real world. Thomas, let's talk a little bit about the traditional approach that we've used historically in our industry for processing collision and mechanical repair estimates. What has that been, and what sets Microcat AI apart from that?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of solutions that have been out there in the past. There's logic, there's reasoning behind it. Why Microcat AI is doing such a more intelligent job is because we get that VIN specific information. And then we actually know how the OEM catalog structure is there and the fitment schedule. And then we also handle the super sessions as well. So as we take in that collision or mechanical order, we just take all of that information and strip it out completely, and including a VIN verification as well.
Wow. And tell us a little bit more about uh, locating that VIN verified OEM part number so quickly. How does it do that? And how does that work? Or is that all part of the AI?
It's all part of the AI and how it works and how it scans it. So even when we're scanning all the parts that come through on a collision or mechanical order, we're actually checking those with the actual OEM catalog to make sure that they're actually genuine OEM parts as well. So if that quote did come over and it didn't have a non-genuine part, we actually bring it to the dealership's attention to be like, hey, there's an error here. This is not an OEM part that is trying to be quoted.
This is a game changer for fixed operations, not just for parts in, quickening the process, but it's going to help everybody. It's going to help us on the labor side, on the technician side as well. It's really a huge game changer.
Yeah, it's definitely a big game changer. Time saver as well. Margins are getting tighter, staffing shortages are there. So now we're able to help the dealership be more efficient. And then also with that more efficiency, we're saving them more money as well because we're quoting out the job correctly the first time. So we're saving on returns.
Okay.
And, do dealerships really ever put a dollar value on returns and how much time is spent on returns?
Yeah, that's huge. And I'm just thinking, you're removing a lot of the manual keystrokes that look, you're going to end up attracting a lot of new people to parts, okay? As we go on and move on through time, because now, again, this changes the whole platform with parts, and now parts is starting to become a little bit sexy, Thomas, okay,
Yeah.
with these new innovations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's definitely like a whole new workforce of parts people in dealerships nowadays. There's a lot of retirements that are out there. So making these tools faster and smarter for these newcomers in here was really helping dealerships get up to speed, helping the profitability and then the customer success.
For a lot of the folks watching today, a lot of dealers and general managers, parts is that other world. Okay, it's in that other part of the building. I don't go in that part of the building. Okay, and a lot of times it's foreseen or seen as maybe a slower process, but now parts teams can process that order, I believe, in under 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yeah, 30 seconds to a minute. By the time we just take the PDF, the JPEG, or the PNG file and just upload it, it depends upon how big the order actually is and how long it will take it to load. But at worst case scenario, a minute for the load.
So, I mean, is this similar to like in our daily lives? You and I were talking in the green room. I've used Google forever, but it seems lately I'm going to these AI search engines. I won't mention any by name, but we all know who they are. And that's really changed the search online. Is this the same thing that it's doing in dealership, but specifically on the parts side?
Yes, totally. It's just taking the intelligence that's out there now in the technology and just making jobs more efficient and easy.
I can't imagine then, just as an aside, a dealer being without this kind of technology coming into 2026.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of change coming up in 2026 for sure. The dealerships are starting to pay attention to a lot of the AI that's out there, and choosing the ones that are actually going to help make them efficient.
Let's come back to that 30 seconds to a minute, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Can you give me an example or give our audience an example or two of the kind of change that would make in a day-to-day in a busy workshop, a busy dealership, or even just in the parts department? What does that mean to dealers? Because we've got small, medium, and large dealers. We've got groups watching. What does that mean?
Yeah, one of my larger pilot dealers that we had, he's a large wholesaler. He has said that actually he's saving his guys probably 2 to 3 hours a week in processing all their wholesale orders.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's the time savings alone is there. It's just money well spent as far as I'm concerned.
I think you mentioned something a little bit earlier. I want to come back to that about reducing incorrect orders. We all know how that can happen very easily in dealership. How does Microcat AI help reduce those incorrect orders and what would result in a costly parts return? Big part of the business.
Yeah, so with the AI, we do that VIN verification, and then with having that proper VIN verification, all the parts that are identified on the order, we actually can tell whether they're related to that actual vehicle itself. And if it's not related to the vehicle from the Microcat EPC, we actually will call that out to them.
All right. And again, these are OEM parts. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but anything outside of the OEM area?
No, we're just doing the OEM parts from there. Nothing on the aftermarket side of things. So we're really trying to make sure we're selling those OEM parts for those dealers.
Microcat AI, okay, it's out now. And you mentioned if I'm a Ford dealer, I've likely got this available to me.
Yep, if you're a Ford dealer, this is an available option for you right now. The other brands are coming right behind it very soon as well. We can turn on free trials if you're a current customer. We'll be happy to come by and see us at NADA for a live demo of the product. I'll be there. I'll be happy to take you through a demonstration as well.
Typically dealers and managers who come to NADA to NADA, they're coming out there looking at sales solutions and they're looking at efficiencies there. But really, the place to make those efficiencies is in fixed ops. And in 2026, this is going to continue to be the engine behind dealership profitability. Average age of a vehicle on the road in the United States now, I think I saw 12 to 13 years. So this has never been more important. And you're creating a lot of very valuable efficiencies.
Yeah, the efficiencies are there. The fixed ops in the dealerships now is becoming a very important thing, as margins are getting tighter on all the operations from there. So creating that efficiencies in that dealership is going to be a really game changer for them.
Let me come back to you on the non-genuine parts, if I may. How does Microcat AI identify those non-genuine parts, let's say in an estimate, and help a dealership win back the genuine parts sale?
So when Microcat AI does the interpretation of the whole order, we actually will notice that the item does not match, and we actually know that the part numbers are very close when they're in aftermarket. So we can actually bring it to their attention saying, like, hey, this is an aftermarket product for this. Please adjust it to the proper OEM part.
Is this hard for a dealership to turn on and get started? What's involved in the early stages?
It's almost very simple to get Microcat AI turned on. If you're a current Microcat customer, it's just a simple flick of a switch for us to get turned on. You could be turned on within 20 minutes. And then from there, it is literally just taking a PDF, dropping it in, and it's going to do all its work for you from there.
All right. You mentioned dealers are using this now. Give us an idea of some of the feedback that you're getting right now from managers, parts people, parts counter people who are using the new solution in the real world.
Yeah. So initially, we were targeting a lot of the collision side of the business, and they loved it too, because there's on a collision accident, there's so many parts and things that are there. One of my big wholesale customers is getting into mechanical now, and he called me up and just said, I'm using this for the mechanical side of the business now, and this is amazing because it's getting everything that's in there. And then even with Ford, Ford has a lot of one-time use parts as well. So we even identify those one-time use parts for them as well. So as those orders are going out or even within the shop, we're making sure that everything gets accounted for.
A lot of people have been talking about AI taking jobs away and eliminating jobs, but that's not the case here, okay? What you're really doing is, look, we all know that dealers are losing out on whether it's 20, 30, 40% of the business because of inefficiencies. You're really helping to solve that with the existing staffing and make it easier, making, take a lot of this cumbersome stuff away from, people having to do it and making them more efficient and faster.
Yeah, it's totally making them more efficient, especially the guys that are working at the counters, because, they're in a counter, they're trying to process an order, but then a guest walks up. And then from there, they're not really paying attention to the guest. Now, this way, when I can take a estimate and load it in 30 seconds to a minute, then you can actually have your counter sale person there giving that guest a better experience.
The focus on time being the new currency in fixed operations is huge. I was in a dealership recently, and they had a big dealership, big service department. They had a couple of the new parts robots that are out there delivering parts out to the technicians, so that the technician now doesn't have to take all those steps back and forth. So what you're really doing with Microcat on the parts side really helps everybody in the dealership, which ultimately is going to help the customer in getting their vehicle back quicker, identifying the right parts, and making sure that we can perform that work as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's the name of the goal, and the customer, satisfaction piece is still A1 critical nowadays within the dealership. Those other AI platforms we were talking about before, they're going there to try to figure out where to go get my service now, where to go buy my next vehicle. They're not using the Google stuff anymore. And, having those bad guest experiences makes a difference.
Everybody, we're talking to Thomas Bednarczyk. He's the vice president of dealer sales, a big company called Infomedia that's in our industry, that's making service and parts, mostly parts, fixed operations, more efficient. Thomas, I want to ask you, what are some, if you can tell me, okay, because I know we're going to see some of this next week at NADA. We'll talk about that again in a moment. But tell us, what are some of the innovations or other AI innovations that Infomedia, your company, is working on, and how are those going to benefit parts and fixed operations?
Yeah, so we have a partnership with a company called Intelligam out of Europe. They're another AI company as well that we're developing a lot of different AI solutions as well that we're starting to do some market testing on as well, from service repair manuals to just making it just even more efficient for the technicians, even when they're going to be doing the work in the bay as well. So there's a lot of good things coming down the line for to help this industry that needs a lot more people there.
And you mentioned demoing the Microcat AI platform at NADA. So tell us about that. I see an NADA booth number. You're going to be in the West Hall next week in Las Vegas. We'll be out to see you and interview you as well. In fact, I'm interested in taking that demo with Sarah Van Tyne as well. Tell us about some of the things that you'll be showing off there that dealers can look forward to.
Yeah, so we're going to be at NADA. We're going to be at booth 7323 in the North Hall.
Okay.
We're going to be demoing our whole suite of products from Microcat EPC, which will cover the AI piece, our messenger piece that we have from there, our super service triage piece that we have, which is our multi-point inspection solution we have. We have an e-commerce division as well called Simple Part.
Simple Part, yes, I saw that. Yes, great.
We'll be showing the Simple Part stuff. A couple other products as well is InfoDrive. It's our new data compiling reporting function that we're coming out with as well. So we'll be able to show you guys some of that as well. Lots of great innovations coming down the line for us.
Brian Benstock, one of the great retail dealer figures here in the United States, Paragon Honda in New York. I saw him recently, and I shared the video with Infomedia. He said on the video that parts, in particular e-commerce parts, is going to be, and is now, in the top 3 of all e-commerce, not just automotive, Thomas, but all of e-commerce worldwide, globally. Parts is now number 3. Can you believe that, and how important parts has become?
Yeah, and that little piece of the parts piece is very important because of the age of the vehicle. And where the Simple Part platform catches a lot of the customers is we help those OEMs sell to those second and third and fourth owners of those vehicles. And then with the average age of a vehicle of about 12 years now on the road, you get a lot of those do-it-yourselfers are trying to fix it now. So you're getting an opportunity to sell an OEM part that customer didn't realize that they could even afford to purchase.
All right. For our audience watching, there's a lot to see and be aware of that's happening right now in 2026 for dealers at Infomedia. Thomas Bednarczyk will be at NADA. You can visit them there. They're in the North Hall, NADA booth number 7323 next week. I'll be there as well. For dealers who are not going, okay, and there are some who do not go, Thomas, can they reach out on the web? I know you're on social media as well. I see your email also scrolling at the bottom of the screen.
They can reach out on the web from our website as well. They can reach out to me directly. I will get them in contact with, I'll either handle them myself or I'll have a member of my team follow up with them and get them all the answers and everything that they could need to know about Microcat AI.
Well, congratulations on great success with Microcat AI, and looking forward to seeing you in person finally, okay, next week at NADA, and getting a chance to demo this myself.
Absolutely, Ted. I look forward to seeing you as well and finally meeting you in person as well.
Everyone, Microcat AI, solution from Infomedia. Check it out. Very important part of our industry. Become more efficient. Make life easier for your personnel and more efficient for your customers as well. Thomas Bednarczyk from Infomedia here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
My name is Joel Gray. I'm parts director at McGowan Ford Lincoln in Georgetown, Texas. I am over about a $9.2 million inventory. We have about a $5.5 million a month parts operation here. So I have close to 100 employees, including all of our drivers running around every day. And we have 22 salesmen that are using the Microcat catalog. We get a lot of electronic orders. We get them in Collision Link, Repair Link, CCC, Parts Trader, Parts Tech, a lot of different things. And we've recently been testing Microcat AI, and it allows us to any of these functions, including a fax order, to come in as a PDF, and we can print the others as a PDF and load it straight into Microcat. And allows us to look up the parts. It bin scrubs. It tells me what parts are all correct, incorrect, all at once. I think it could save them a couple hours a week, because with some of the new things out there, we're having to quote so many parts before we ever get to sell them. And when you get a big order and you got 30 parts going in there, it takes time to go one by one. The estimates that come from the insurance companies, the body shops, about 20 to 30% of the parts are incorrect by then. So it's nice to be able to scrub these ahead of time, make sure we're quoting the right parts, getting the right information out.
Sitting in the boardroom, seeing only 6 of us was totally like, okay, it's getting more real, it's getting more serious.
I'm a little bit more nervous today than the other challenges just because it's a little bit more high stakes now.
I think it's going to be really, really close.
It's scary because we're at a point where everybody in it has had consistently good pitches, so we're really in the end game now.
Walk on the wild side with our Robert Wooden as he gives us the Fixed Ops intel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have an exciting topic that Robert Wooden is going to be discussing more in detail that's really important for our industry right now.
Sarah, you're so right. Robert Wooden is in a great place in our industry. He heads up Fixed Ops Intelligence, Fixed Ops Intel. Robert, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Rock Revolution.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Ted, Sarah. Great to join you again. Thanks for having me.
Great to see you. And so much happening in your space right now, Robert. It's hard to keep up. It's happening so fast. We just had you on the show a couple months ago. So, congratulations to you on all the success that you're having.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a fun ride so far. We're hanging on.
Well, Robert, the last time that you were on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, you teased us that you were working on something new for Fixed Ops Intel. So can you share with us a little bit more about what's new and what you've been working on?
Yeah, so since my last appearance on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we've incorporated a service maintenance menu into Fixed Ops Intel. And, we're really excited about Fixed Ops menus. And, we expect it to be a feature that's very popular with our current and new clients.
Robert, I got to tell you, from having done a lot of work in dealerships, a good menu is something that dealerships need, and a lot of them don't utilize and don't have it, or if they did, they don't quite have it anymore. So we know you and Fixed Ops Intel for your expertise in warranty uplift and, of course, data analytics. Why did you decide to add digital menus into your portfolio?
Yeah, great question, Ted. So the simple answer is there's a need for it, as you've already articulated, and we had customers asking for it. So, why not give them what they want, right? So we know there's more pressure than ever on the service departments to increase profits. And the easiest and most cost-effective way to increase your sales is by maximizing every customer that you already have and every customer visit. So, customers are keeping their vehicles longer. By the end of 2026, the average car age is going to be 13 years old. And I just saw a recent Carfax study that found that 41% of those vehicles have at least one major maintenance service that's overdue. And, it's our duty as professionals to inform our guests of those required services and to offer to do those services today.
Sarah, can you imagine a dealership business office or F&I office that doesn't utilize some form of a menu? And it's just as important, if not even more important, Sarah, in service.
It is, Ted. And Robert, I want to come back to something that you mentioned with the maintenance menu tool specifically. So, you commented that you saw a need for it. And, I'm sure our dealers that are listening are thinking about, how currently it's done in their organization. And, there is a lot of different, potential options out there that dealers may have in terms of how they structure their maintenance menu tools. So what is the void that your menu fills compared to others for dealers?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Sarah. So paper menus and menu boards are dead, right? So they are outdated by the time the ink is dry on them. Parts prices change monthly, sometimes more frequently than monthly. And, an advisor being able to accurately quote, say, a 30,000 mile service for every make and model that their franchise deals with for the past 20 years off the top of their head, it's impossible. You can't do it. The vehicles are too varied, they're too complex, and there's a lot of different maintenance requirements depending on that vehicle. So Fixed Ops menu covers most of the vehicles sold in North America from current models going back 20 years. We're excluding exotics like Ferrari and Aston Martin. We don't really have those menus, but for all the common stuff that's out there that you're going to run into every day in a dealership or in an independent repair shop, we're going to be able to present a menu for that. And the menus use factory OEM schedules, factory OEM part numbers, part pricing, and labor times are already set up. So you can fire it up without doing any customization and be able to present a menu to a customer and be able to do it profitably and be correct. So, if we look at an independent shop, or let's say a Ford quick lane dealer is a great example, you're not just servicing a Ford, right? You're going to have other makes come in. So if I'm servicing a 2013 Camry or a 2024 Honda Accord, how do I know how many quarts of oil does it take? Does it take 5 quarts of 0W20, 8 quarts of 5W30? Does it have dual spark plugs, et cetera? There's a lot of different variables that go into that. And it really requires an electronic menu to instantly be able to answer that basic critical question of what maintenance is due and how much does it cost. Most digital menu systems today are limited to one franchise, and they're too complicated. So if we look at CDK Service, Reynolds SSK, Xtime, they're all fantastic systems. But if I'm a VW dealer, I only have menus and pricing for VW vehicles. And none of those systems will allow a dealer to have menus for other franchises that they're not franchised for, right? So a VW dealer cannot even have an Audi menu, or a Toyota dealer can't have a Lexus menu because they're not franchised for it. And they work on those cross brands all the time. Another example, another question we sometimes will run into is ALLDATA. A lot of dealers have ALLDATA, and that's a great tool. It has a lot of information, and it has a lot of all the same information that we have. But in order to present a menu to a customer, if I was using ALLDATA, I have to build that menu. I have to individually select an oil change, a tire rotation, an air filter, a cabin filter, and that takes time. And we know that advisors don't have that time to waste. A lot of times the guests coming in are already uncomfortable and impatient when they arrive for their appointment. So to have to take that time to build a menu only increases the customer's anxiety, and that's going to lead to more declines. So those are just a couple of reasons why we think that Fixed Ops menu fills that void. It's data that every store can need and use, and it's served up instantly with just a couple of clicks.
And it looks professional, Robert. Like you said, the days of paper are behind us. Now, it sounds like you're advocating presenting that menu during the reception process with the guests. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, some managers and advisors think that waiting to present a maintenance plan until after we're completing the multi-point inspection and diagnosing their initial concern is somehow more of an ethical way of selling maintenance. And I disagree with that. And let me explain to you why I say that. I've spent 35 years working and managing consulting in dealerships, fixed operations all across North America. And really the last 20 years, I've heavily been focused in the digital menu space. And even developing a training process centered around how to use digital menus to sell more maintenance. And without question, advisors that present a maintenance plan on a computer or tablet in some kind of digital format at the time of reception have a higher closing ratio and better CSI than those that wait until after that initial sale. Selling is psychology. Customers expect us as professionals to have a plan right from the first interaction. And the old joke is, if it's on the internet, it must be true. And it's a joke because there's an element of truth in that. We're more accepting of things that we can see with our own eyes, and anything that appears on a computer screen has more credibility than just a folded up piece of paper or a dirty laminated sheet on the advisor's desk. It's just human nature and human psychology 101. So if I present a maintenance recommendation at the time of reception and the customer declines, I've planted that seed in their head, and either consciously or subconsciously, that customer will think about those recommendations and they'll sell themselves. So later, when I do contact that customer with an estimate for their initial concerns, I'm going to, again, ask for them to complete those recommended maintenance services. And, it's just reinforcing what we've told them in the beginning, and the chances of them saying yes are much higher. So that kind of is why I advocate for trying to present a menu at the time of reception. just gives us a better chance of closing that sale.
Well, Robert, my head is spinning because, as dealerships are having these conversations, like you said, in the reception, and the moment the customer walks in, or even before that, there's customers that are calling around, they're researching, maybe they're new to the area, but I'm just thinking of all of the applications this has, and customer pay right now is a big focus for dealerships. And of course, we're seeing lots of used car sales, and those could be, like you said, across all kinds of different brands, not just the rooftops OEM. So who can benefit from using fixed ops menus? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, so again, the menus are applicable to franchise dealers, tire shops, independent repair garages, like I said, quick lanes. They're completely independent from a DMS system. So you're not required to, even connect up to a Reynolds or CDK or anybody else. And our regular dealer clients can add menus to their fixed ops intel package. So if we're doing a warranty uplift for them, they have access to fixed ops intel. And they have all the data reporting, and this is just an add-on, so they can run it together or independently or both. I look at our menus as benefiting all three parties. So they're a benefit to the store. The store can sell a correct maintenance service profitably. If I'm just shooting from the hip and I throw out a number and, that maybe the parts cost more than I was guessing, then it becomes a discounting. Now I have to discount parts or labor, and I'm losing revenue there. So by using our menus, we're selling OEM parts at OEM MSRP pricing. And again, the dealer is welcome to change the pricing and however they want. But again, if I just go with the default, I know I'm going to sell it at a profit, and I'm not going to have to discount stuff. And chances are I'm going to go down the street and probably get an aftermarket filters for, a vehicle that I'm not franchised for. So the store's going to be more profitable. The advisors are going to benefit from it because it's quick, it's easy, it's accurate, and they're going to have the confidence and be able to present that menu and know that they're going to be able to do it and not have to discount or lose their shorts on it. And then finally, the customer benefits from it. Their vehicle is being properly protected by following the manufacturer's maintenance recommendations and any of the additional dealer recommendations that they want to add in based on their local conditions. The menus are fully customizable. Non-factory service recommendations like alignments, tire balances, fluid services can be layered in at whatever mileage intervals that the store wants. That's kind of the way I look at the benefits of menus.
Do you want to show us, Robert, some of the things you got instead of just keeping it behind the curtain? Let's play it out.
Yeah, it's funny. This is, I think, my third time joining you guys on the Roundtable. And, in the previous things, we've talked about fixed ops intel, we've talked about warranty uplift, we talked about DMSs, and then now we're talking about electronic menus. So, definitely want to be able to show the Roundtable community. And, human beings are visual creatures. Seeing is understanding. So, by showing the audience, hopefully they're going to understand the features of fixed ops intel and why they should choose us as a partner. So, on the screen, when we log in, this is going to be the navigation bar on the left-hand side of the screen. And, we'll start from the top. And we talked about this previously, is being able to chat with our chat bot here.
Okay.
And let me, we can click on chat. And, if you've used Chat GPT or any of the other AI models, we're going to have some common questions up here that we can just click on and it'll answer. But our Dash is what they call LLM, a large language module. So it understands what we're trying to say, even if we don't type it in correctly. And I can just how many oil changes were sold last month. And, it tells me how many oil changes, And hey, do we want to break that down by store, advisor, by day?
Wow.
Yeah, let's break it down by advisor. So I can see by advisor, how many repair orders with an oil change, how many oil change labor lines, and what's my effective labor rate? Can you plot that out for the last year, by month? You can ask it all kinds of things. Plot what are my top 5 vehicle makes based on repair order count? So there's a lot of just really anything that you want to ask it about your data for your store or stores. It will find that for you. So it's super powerful, and reports can become a rabbit hole that we can go down, and building reports, and not a lot of managers have the time or really know how to build those reports. So we want to make it easy. Just ask the system and it will give it to you.
Robert, is this available now or coming?
Yeah, it's available now. So all of our fixed ops Intel clients have this feature turned on, and they can just use it. And just like any AI, it gets better with usage. So we really are trying to encourage our current clients to play with it, to use it, see what's happening. It's a lot of fun, and it's something that we are continuously working on the development side to make it better and add more content for our customers. Some of the canned reports we have in here are going to be really important KPIs. So in Fixed Ops Intel, each store can set their own KPI goals, and we have a dashboard. So when you open it up, it gives you some visual gauges real quick.
Okay.
But two of the very important reports that we have here are, we call a variance report. So in here, I can set my goals, and it shows me, if I'm green, I'm hitting my goal. If it's red, I'm not hitting my goal. And then you can start to drill in and find out, why am I not hitting those goals? So that's our variance report. And then we have a pace report. So based on the day of the month, it's going to calculate out and say, hey, your goal, in this case, my goal is 3,500 CP repair orders, and I'm only on pace for 3,462. So I'm in jeopardy of missing my goal. Why? What do I need to do to rectify that? So that's some KPIs there. Another report that's very, very important for especially franchise managers is a commodities report. So the things that we're really focused in on: air filters, cabin filters, brakes, tires, spark plugs, wipers, and then of course the fluid services as well. So we're going to track those by advisor and by technician. We track it by unit sales, and we also track it by penetration percentage. So I can see by individual area and by individual advisor and technician, what's their penetration rate on brakes or tires or tire balances, whatever it is. And again, you can drill right down to the repair order level in all of these reports. So that's the commodities report. Labor sales report. This is your traditional, wrap report, 3611 in Reynolds. And you can drill down into that as well. And one of the things that we do a little bit different is we always are looking at advisor, and you can also look at technician. So I can see by technician what their labor sales are, parts sales, and gross. And that's sometimes good information to have. Again, warranty uplift rate report. This is tracking two things. We're tracking labor. We also track parts, and it's going to do it over a 12-month period. So you can see, when is a good time for me to submit for a warranty increase? Or in this case, the green line up top is this dealer's goal, was $190 an hour, and I'm not quite hitting that goal. And the difference between our warranty uplift report that you're seeing here and a normal effective labor rate report, which we do have as well, is this warranty effective labor rate report is stripping out all of the repairs that don't qualify for calculation in my warranty rate.
Okay,
so
sure.
this is giving you a truer picture of the rates that you could qualify for. And again, this is where AI is being applied.
That's a great point. No.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of times we'll have a dealer that will look at their DMS effective labor rate report and say, yeah, I can't get a rate increase. But then we look at it this way and say, hey, look, this is really what you could get. And they're kind of shocked by that.
Yes.
And then, we're also tracking parts on this warranty effective labor rate as well, or effective rate. So we're tracking parts performance as well.
Nice.
And then service menus, right? So we were just talking about service menus. Let's take a quick look. So you can just pop in a VIN number. It will decode a VIN right down to your make, model, engine, transmission, driveline. Or you could drill down. If I don't have a VIN number, I can manually drill down to that level. But when I get here, I can have a good, better, best menu selection. And again, it shows you the different prices for the different levels. And if the customer says, gee, I don't want to do the spark plugs, or, I did the air filter myself, you can click on those to strike them out, and it takes them off of the estimate and in real time. So this is where I'm talking about the advisors can do it very quickly, accurately, and they're going to build that confidence in a menu presentation.
Nice.
So, and there's a lot of features within the menu, more time than we probably have to go into today, but just know that it is fully customizable on what the dealer wants to offer, and pricing, and things like building in Sunbit is built into it as well. So again, I can offer, one payment, 3, 6, or 12 payments if that's something that the dealer can offer to help sell that maintenance service. So a lot of great features in there. And, when I do sell the customer on that maintenance plan, when I go to print out the worksheet, it has all my labor times, has my part numbers, labor prices, part pricing. So it makes it really easy for your parts department to source the parts, and for your technicians to know what they're doing, and for the advisor to close out the ticket when things are done. So we're just keeping everybody in the loop.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Robert, very professional, very needed, very timely for our industry. And congratulations to you. That service menu component is so overlooked, yet it's so basic, and it's something we need. And I know you mentioned, when do we present the menu? But I think, in a restaurant, when do they present the menu? Usually at the very beginning, right? Or near the beginning.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah. You need to know what you want to eat. So
they can present a menu later too, but you got to start.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. The dessert cart is always
dessert cart. Yes.
Good thing to come. So yeah, again, we're super excited about this. Again, I've lived in that space for a long time, and we're excited to get this out there. But as exciting as this is, and AI and everything that we've been doing, we're certainly not resting on our laurels. And I'm going to tease you again. We're working on another feature to be incorporated into Fixed Ops Intel that we're going to spring on everybody here in a couple of days. So stay tuned for that one. And can't wait to get back together with you and talk about that next feature that I think everybody's going to really love as well.
Well, we look forward to having you back and in person, Robert Wooden. And for dealers now here in January who want to get on board and, time to look at that warranty uplift and what I need to do, what's the best way to reach Robert Wooden? Because you are the source. You are the person who's really put this on the map. And tell us the best way to get a hold of you.
Yeah, so you can just go on our website, warrantypart.com. You can Google warranty uplift. We're there. You go to fixedopsintel.com. There are lots of different ways to reach us and find us, but just Google us, warranty uplift or Wooden Automotive Consultants. There's a lot of different ways. We're all over the internet. And that's how a lot of folks find us, as well as referrals. We've been very blessed to have great customers over the years, and they refer a lot of folks to us as well. So yeah, come find us. We'd love to help you.
Sarah, exciting stuff, and look forward to meeting with Robert in person.
Yes, Robert, lots of incredible data, lots of applications to really grow your bottom line.
Everybody, Robert Wooden, Fixed Ops Intel, warranty uplift, retail rates for warranty repairs, and now so much more with some of the glimpse we just had on the service menu side. Robert Wooden, everybody, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Introducing Warranty Uplift, powered by Fixed Ops Intel and brought to you by Wooden Automotive Consultants. Warranty uplifts are complex and mistakes cost time and money. Fixed Ops Intel uses the latest technology to analyze your dealership's service data to ensure maximum reimbursement rates while accelerating and simplifying the process. Trusted by single-point stores to the largest dealer groups, Wooden Automotive Consultants pioneered warranty uplift nearly 30 years ago and has thousands of satisfied clients from Maine to Hawaii and representing every major vehicle manufacturer. Fixed Ops Intel, delivering smarter service for your dealership.
Luma Scanner has landed. A breakthrough in automated appraisal that changes everything. Get your first look at NADA.
Jam out with Jake Davis from Volley up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have Jake Davis of Volley, and we have a lot of really important discussion topics to unpack today.
And Sarah, I know it's a topic near and dear to your heart. Volley is tearing it up in the industry, making great strides. Jake, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks a lot, Ted, Sarah, for having me. Excited to be here and a part of this awesome session.
You know, you really are at Volley the #1 BDC engine. You power a lot of dealerships, and Sarah and I want to talk to you a little bit about that today. Before we do, next week is the big NADA show. It's in Las Vegas. Jake, will Volley be there?
We'll definitely be there. Volley will be there, as well as myself and Scott and Liza, who you've all seen on the Fixed Ops Roundtable before as well.
All right. Well, Sarah and I look forward to spending some time with you in person next week. And let's come back to that, Sarah. We'll talk about that a little bit at the end. And I know you have some questions as well to get things started today.
Yes, Jake. So, we're hearing a lot of conversations in the industry around telephony. We've seen so many different advancements with technology. And of course, our smartphones are closer than ever on our person, and customers, they're expecting this seamless communication when it comes to the interactions in dealerships. But one of the things that has come up quite a bit has been around spam. And so I want to just kick things off, first, before we get into our conversation in more detail, what are some of the misconceptions that you hear of specifically with spam labels?
Well, it's very clear to us with the data that we see in Volley, and I know Scott will, I'm sure later this year, have more to share in terms of specific numbers relating to texting in particular. But it's very clear to us that calls are still the best way to reach people, and it's important to make sure that your calls are actually reaching your customers. So the dealers are getting hit with spam labels quite a bit, and we do hear of questions, and we hear of other things that are said throughout the industry, and it gives people the wrong idea. So the first big misconception that people always assume when it comes to spam labels is that, oh, well, we've made a lot of phone calls. Oh yeah, we're hammering the phones. That's why we're coming up as spam. And it's really not just call volume. That they do look at the call volume. Okay. They do take that into account, and it might even be a large component of this, but it is not the only thing. And in fact, I've seen numbers that, because we can check these numbers for the dealers. I've seen numbers that have made single digit number of phone calls in a month, and those calls were labeled as spam.
Still,
so it is not just volume, though that's what a lot of people assume.
Jake, I'm curious, what have you seen? What are some of the strategies that dealers have tried to use to combat this?
Well, if you want to solve this on your own, first you need to know it's a problem. And a lot of the dealers are being hit with these negative labels, and they don't really have a great, there's no report that their click-to-call is going to give them, or their desk phone doesn't tell them if they come up as spam. Yeah. So if you want to know with certainty, you need to be doing regular test calls to each of the big carriers, because they all label independently. And just because you're labeled on Verizon doesn't mean you're labeled on T-Mobile, and vice versa. So you need to be doing regular test calls from all of your phone numbers to each of the carriers. And really, because the algorithms can change on a dime, you at least need to be checking them multiple times a week, if not every day, to know how bad your numbers are doing. But with that said, once you know you have a problem, whether you've done the testing or you've heard about it from customers or something, the big one that comes up a lot is number swapping. We hear all the time where dealers and vendors try to get around this problem by number swapping. They know that a number is coming up as spam or fraud, and that number's no good, so we need to switch it out. And this is a really imperfect strategy, to say the least. The carriers do not know who owns a phone number. You might think, oh, well, I pay my phone bill, or I pay, this vendor for this click to call or what have you. And so therefore, it's known that this is my phone number, but that's really not the case. All Verizon, for example, knows is this 10-digit phone number hit our network, 70 times today. And how does that compare to yesterday? How does that compare to last Wednesday? And for example, so because they're just looking at the calling habits, there's no guarantee that number you swap to is going to be clean to begin with. But even if it is, you're just going to be labeled again in a couple of weeks, because they're solely looking at the calling habits. So it's really at best a Band-Aid, and at worst, you might be switching to a number with an even worse calling reputation, because there's no such thing as a new phone number. And at this point, when you rotate a number within all these software tools, they're just pulling from a pool of numbers that has surely already been used.
Jake, this is so interesting, because again, our dealers that are listening today, this may not be a top of mind conversation when it comes to your everyday business operations, but this is the first instance that a customer may be experiencing when they bring their car in for service, and now that service advisor is calling the customer back with a status update, and you're not able to make that connection because, again, these pieces get labeled as spam. So from the perspective of you just walked us through some pieces that were important regarding number swapping, and the importance of staying on top of this and making some of these test calls. But I want to go back a step for a second and just ask the question, why? So if it's not the call volume, is it things like marketing campaigns, or are there other triggers that cause these numbers to get flagged as spam?
That's a great question. And I do have one other strategy that I've seen before that we'll touch on, but that's a great question. So the why is it's kind of complicated too. And there's a lot of regulatory red tape involved as well. There's various Know Your Customer laws. There's the Traced Act. There's been various regulations like STIR/SHAKEN and other things. STIR/SHAKEN is a piece of regulations that's supposed to. It was designed to stop number spoofing, but there's components to all of these things. Okay. And though STIR/SHAKEN isn't really related to. It was just a for instance. It's not really related to spam labeling, but there's the carriers have been determined by the FCC to not have an obligation to connect your calls with your customers. So You as a business might think, oh yeah, I'm calling Sarah to schedule a service appointment. I have every right to call her, and you do. You can call her, but Verizon's obligation is to protect Sarah from unwanted communication, and that is the mindset that they are using when they are determining how they want to let these calls go through. So what they've done is they've deployed these algorithms onto their networks, and the carriers themselves don't actually run they've each hired an exclusive company. They have an exclusive partner who manages the algorithms on their networks, and it's kind of funny. As a quick tangent, I'd heard a few years ago that one of the cellular companies, you can go into a store and buy a cell phone. That those stores were being branded as spam on that network because just different departments, different companies coming together. So they really don't know who own these numbers. But anyway, so they have these algorithms, and they're looking at everything relating to your calling history. They are looking at how many calls you're making, but they're also looking at how long are the calls, how many people are you connecting with, are you leaving voicemails, and how does that compare to the history of data that we have for all of these phone numbers. And as the greatest of why is, well, they don't make it they don't want actual scammers to be able to get around the algorithm, so they don't make them public, but we do know some of the things they're looking at, like I already said. And then the other component is negative consumer feedback. I know AT&T in particular really relies on consumers complaining to the carrier about negative calls from this number. So that's something that we see a lot of, after we have worked with a dealer and after we have, this number, should be clean. Well, the carriers always withhold a right to label a number. And if you have, a lot of customers in a row complain to the carrier about a number, they're going to throw a label on it. So really a lot of it goes into the algorithms more than volume.
Jake, coming back to this, how does being labeled as spam, how does that actually affect, and does it affect connection rates?
Well, I think just from a practical sense, I mean, Ted, are you answering a call if it comes up as spam?
No.
No. Me, I know that, we can help dealers with this. So I know that legitimate calls can be coming up as spam. So I do answer more than most. I still don't answer all of them if they say spam. And it's really striking. So we see a 38% decrease in connection rate if a number is labeled as spam. Wow. And honestly, I'm surprised it's not even lower, right? I mean, people don't answer spam calls, but 38% decrease if you're labeled as spam.
And Jake, this is fascinating because again, what you're talking about in this scenario, these are legitimate, again, with a dealership calling out. They're proactively, they're trying to really do the customer a favor, either notify them of a recall or, go ahead and schedule a service appointment because the vehicle's alerted, the dealership that the service is now needed because the maintenance light is on. These are all legitimate reasons for someone to be picking up the phone and calling their customer. But then, this phone number now is coming across and it says, potential spam. So the customer goes, oh no, I'm not answering that. And I know you have the ability with Volley to check the number's health. So what do you see for people before you have worked with them on this? And then what percentage of numbers are being labeled?
It is, you're totally right. The dealers have every right. They're making calls that people want. They're not making unwanted calls. I know we're Fixed Ops Roundtable. We're talking about service today. Even sales, right? You submit a fresh web lead. You want a call. That's a truly wanted call. So the some of the data around once this is solved, how do the numbers stay clean after the fact? Because the carriers always withhold a right to label a number. The dealers, once it is all solved the right way, and we'll talk about that. I know what actually needs to be taken. The carriers recognize that the dealers are making good calls and they do keep them clean. A lot higher than than other industries. So some of the partners we have that work on this, they do work outside of auto, and I do hear that some of these other industries are pretty bad. But anyway, so we can certainly check the phone numbers, and we can check them before we ever work with you and see if they're coming up as spam. And we see, I guess one other thing to add on this is that the carriers all label independently. So if you give me a list of 20 phone numbers that you want me to check, that's actually 60 potential spam tags, because Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile all label independently. And those are the big three carriers. Those are the ones we're talking about today. All of the other smaller carriers, the ones who do spam labeling, they use the big three's algorithms. So that's why I'm just focusing on the big three. But so that's 60 potential checks. And what we typically see is that of those 60, if I'm given a random assortment, a number, about a third of those possible checks are tagged as spam. So, if you give me a list of 20 to, if you give me a list of 25 numbers, that's 75 possible spam tags. I'm going to expect to see about 25 to 30 spam tags when I check this. But I also think it's important to say that for whatever reason, it does seem to be isolated by carrier too. Okay. So, a dealer that I run, they might have a big problem on Verizon, but AT&T, they're pretty solid, or vice versa. So what we actually see is upwards of 75% of the phone numbers are often have one label, often isolated to one of the carriers. So it is pretty bad when you take a big sample size of the phone numbers that the dealers give us.
I have a follow-up, Jake, and just I'm curious. Once a number, so actually two questions. Number one, once a number is labeled as spam, does it carry that that mark with it forever? Does it wear off after a certain time? And second, how can this actually be solved?
So great questions. The algorithms are always running and they're always fluctuating. And this is another thing that makes it hard to solve for the dealers. When we run this check for them, it's just a moment in time. So just because you're tagged today on Verizon doesn't mean you're going to be tagged tomorrow on Verizon. They are always running these algorithms. They're always watching the calling history and the calling habits. And now it is not super likely that you're going to be flagged and then with nothing changing, it's going to be solved. It's going to be label free the next day. But it does happen. It does make it hard to diagnose, and that's why back to how do you know that you have this problem? You do need to be doing regular test calls. One of the things we hear all the time is, this customer said I came up as spam. Well, you were this morning. You're not now for whatever reason. And then you are again tomorrow. So it's it is pretty tough. Of course, it can go away on its own if you have calling habits that fit what the carriers are looking for more, or if you start to get less consumers complaining to the carriers. But it is pretty tough. And there is theoretically a recourse for a business to get in touch with the carriers to fight these labels. It's very hard. Frankly, there's you need to identify which store, which phone number, which carriers have flagged the phone number, and you need to then engage with each of the carriers and their analytics provider, the company that is the one doing the labeling. It's pretty tough to get get a hold of these. One of the misconceptions we see is there's a website called the freecallerregistry.com, and people, frankly, rightfully assume that if I submit to this database, it's going to keep the numbers clean. It really doesn't. It's more of a lead gen source for the analytics providers, though. They will say, right on the front page there, that it all, it doesn't replace, a call reputation monitoring service. We don't guarantee recourse. So even if it does, even if these free things that you can submit to do temporarily solve the problem, which it doesn't often, there's no reporting, there's no way to see this. So if you actually want to solve this, you either need to go to the carriers directly, or you need to partner with someone who has done that partnership and that integration. And take Volley, for example. We have partnered with each of the carriers, and we can go to them and we say, hey, Jim's Ford, for example, is a legitimate business. Here's all of their legal information. And because of the agreements, they know it's totally in compliance with the Know Your Customer laws. We give them the list of phone numbers. And then when they see that number come up, they usually let the call go through without labels. Like I said, the carriers always reserve the right, which is why I would never partner with someone on this who doesn't have a path to remediation of issues that come up. But that is really what you need to be doing. I would look for someone who can offer call reputation monitoring services if you don't want to go to the carriers directly, which I know is frankly even more expensive than partnering with someone.
Well, Jake, this is such an important topic for our audience today listening. I mean, again, this is the communication point that customers expect. And so, just in final thoughts, as we're preparing for the rest of 2026, as our audience is listening today, and maybe Ted making plans to come to NADA and
Next
to
week,
look
yeah.
at solutions to really help their dealership. First, Jake, just really short, I see sometimes phone numbers come across that aren't in my contact list that show the name of the company. Like Sarah Van Tyne Motors would be on the caller ID instead of just the blank phone number. So what solutions are out there for dealerships that, are looking for something with maybe more branding or that specific caller ID? And then what can we expect to see when we're out at NADA?
Well, I'll take those one at a time. So the first point about caller ID, there is older technology relating to caller ID called CNAM, and whenever you sign up for a new phone number, they're going to set this CNAM information that stands for caller name, and depending on the customer's cell phone plan, some of the carriers are bundling it now, but about 25 to 30% of consumers get this data where you call me, I've never heard of you, it's going to ring through. About 25% of Americans have a cell phone plan that gets them that data. For the most part, what we're looking to solve here is removing that negative label and having it come up as just a trusted phone number, right? But about 25% of people do get caller ID information baked into their cell phone plan. That's totally free if you're having, and it's through your phone provider. There are services, I'd call them branded calling services, where you can overwrite the CNAM, and as long as you're not coming up as a negative label, like a spam or something, you can put your name. Sometimes, depending on the phone, you could have a reason for calling or something like that as well. And in general, honestly, I think the jury's still out in terms of how much it actually helps contact rates for the dealers. I know that there are industries where it certainly helps. I've also historically thought it was a little expensive for what I'm not so sure about the data on it. With that said, the costs are coming down. There's some newer technologies behind it where you can even get a logo on certain phones and certain calls. So heading into 2026, if it were me, I would, I'd maybe give it a shot. We at Volley, we could help you with that. We could do it for your Volley calls, and you could give it a shot on T-Mobile and Verizon. It is, I think the jury's still out on it, on how much it actually helps, though.
I have a spam call coming in right now. I'm not going to take it.
Well, and imagine if that was your dealer trying to schedule you for service.
Right?
Right.
Think about that. Yeah.
Jake, again, so lots of great information to share. If our dealer audience is coming to NADA, or if they're, if they want to learn more about what Volley has in upcoming innovations and how your technology can help support their telephony and their BDC departments and these outgoing communications that our customers desperately need. What can you share with us?
Yeah, well, of course, via NADA, we're gonna, you can stop by to see any of the products we have. You can look at the dealer identity to help you with the spam if you're struggling with that. You can look at Volley's BDC tool, and our Pulse as well. You can also stop by the booth relating to spam labels, for the dealer identity. If you want us to check your numbers, even if we have no prior history with you, we can certainly do that at NADA. And you can also reach out to me, here. My phone number and email are on the show here. So
that's your cell phone number on the bottom there?
That's my cell phone. Like I said, I do pick up if it says spam, so feel free to call me, and we can certainly or send me an email, and we can certainly set that up for you. We're gonna have a great team at NADA. We're gonna have a couple of very exciting announcements to share. So we hope to see you all at the booth.
All right, everybody, put Volley on your short list. Next week, Las Vegas NADA show. Sarah and I will be there. Jake Davis, Scott Davis, the team, a big part of what we do at the Fixed Ops Roundtable and of the industry. They'll be in the West Hall, NADA booth 2409W. Make it your plan to visit with them. I know Sarah and I will see Jake and doing some interviews out there. So Jake, look forward to seeing you in person in real life. Congratulations on all the success you're having at Volley, and keep up the great work and continue to move our industry and our great dealers forward.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ted. Thanks, Sarah, for having me, and hope you both have a fantastic day. We'll see you guys next week.
Jake Davis, everybody, from Volley, the #1 BDC engine, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We're turning the Fixed Ops Roundtable into the Rock Table with these classic hits. We'll see you tomorrow for our 4th and final show of the Rock Revolution event. Don't wait for the cherry bomb. We'll see you back on stage tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern.